What's going on, people? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Everybody, let me know if they can hear me loud and clear. All right? Yeah. Y'all gonna have to bear with me tonight. This is a new setup. Okay? Welcome to Eloquently Petty, Articulate Assholery. This is the Keep It 100 channel, the Marcus Aurelius Experience. What's poppin'? Uppity Negro swag, niggas. Now, somebody told me there's a fight tonight. So either y'all niggas don't fuck with boxing or y'all fuck with me. Either way, I appreciate you. Like, share, and subscribe before I pop the trunk on your bitch ass. What's going on? I see y'all in here. I see you, Brandy. My man, Roberto. I see you, O. I see you, K. Williams. Let me know if I'm coming through loud and clear. Now, I'm going to let y'all know there's going to be some fuck-ups tonight because I'm just now, trying this setup out for the first time. So y'all going to have to bear with me. All right? Fuck your feelings, man. Okay? It's a lot of emotional shit going on. Oh, shit. Dr. T. Hassan Johnson. Hey, you see me, right? You see me? See, I'm trying to do the doc, trying to do like the doc. The doc shit look like a show, so my shit gotta look like a show. What's going on? I see you, Mega. Got the doc in the building. All right, shout out to my first super chat of the evening, Lotus Eater. Peace from Newark. Oh, shit. Newark is in the building. East Coast. All right. All right. We rocking. All right, enough of that shit. Shout out to my brother. I know he's watching from somewhere. Uppity Negro swag, niggas. All right, fuck your feelings, man. Yo, I was telling a friend, I was kicking it with my man Adam McTow, and a couple others, and what I'm realizing is lately been going through a lot of debates about black men's current situation, not with women, but with men. Like a lot of my issues are coming from men. A lot of debates and things of that nature, right? But before we get into that, I want to address a few things, right? So His way, like I said, first time doing this setup. So bear with me. So we're gonna bring up your girl right here. See, now I get to talk shit about the shits, and then y'all get to see my reaction of it. You see this chick? Oh, I'm pointing the wrong way. Look, this chick right here. See, I gotta get used to this shit. See, I'm pointing the wrong fucking way. The bitch is over here. All right. See this chick right here? All right. As time and time goes fucking by, we're realizing, right, with all the evidence that's coming up more and more, that this bitch is lying, fam. All right? This bitch is lying. Who's seen the foot? Who's seen the fucking foot? Who's seen the fucking foot? Micah, I see you. All right, Micah, appreciate that super chat. Salute. Trying to make this experience a little bit better for y'all. Shout out to my man T. Hassan Johnson, who has helped me out here. All right, in the technical aspects of this OBS shit. Okay, shout out to Micah the comedian. All right. So, yeah, like, I don't know how many of you know what a gunshot wound looks like. Okay, but I seen her foot. Ain't no fucking gunshot wound. So this chick went on Gail King, right? Crying, and she was coached like a motherfucker, right? Right? Crying. I got shot in the foot. First, the nigga shot from the back seat. Then the nigga shot from the top of the car. First, your foot was hit with glass. Then you got shot. Then you was walking a few days later. Now you're saying you wasn't fucking the nigga. Okay? Now this chick can get on TV and she can talk all this shit, but this motherfucker, if he says a word, he gets arrested. Hey, I wonder what DMX feels about this from the grave. DMX, what's the DMX opinion? I think I agree with DMX. Bitch is lying. That's what I think. Anytime I hear this shit talk, bitch is lying. You know what I'm saying? This is the exact scene I think of anytime this bitch opens her mouth. You was fucking a nigga, now you wasn't fucking a nigga. Yo, if you gonna lie about something as simple as taking dick, I can't believe shit else you say. Okay? Fuck out of here. The cap stallion. Yeah, the foot looks like a glass injury. It looks like a glass injury. No fucking exit wound, no entry wound. The fuck out of here, man. The fuck out of here. Yes, Belly is a fucking classic. Bitch is lying. Bitch is lying. Right? It's looking more and more like your man every day. Megan Smoothie out this motherfucker. Right? But this is the era we live in. We believe in the believe her era. You know what I'm saying? The believe her era. Yes, Brandy. Lying about dick. That was the whole issue. Victoria's fucking her and her friend. You know what I'm saying? He was fucking her and her friend. That what the beef was about, according to him. He ain't got no gunpowder on his hands. The bitch do. How'd that happen? Are we talking about magical motherfucking gunpowder? Is this magical gunpowder? Is it pixie dust? It jumps from hand to hand? Like, these are the things that you want me to believe? Right? You're lying about dick. If you lying about something that simple, you know what I'm saying? How else am I to believe anything else you say? It's that fucking simple. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit is crazy. You know what I mean? Like get the fuck out of here. But this is the era we live in. You know what I'm saying? Believe her. All right? Believe her. Look at them. I wanted to go more deep into that Johnny Depp shit, but I haven't been keeping up with it. Y'all motherfuckers are going to have to put me on. But this is the believe her era where we toxic femininity. That's where we at now. Before it was toxic masculinity, right? Now we in the toxic femininity shit. And I'm just watching the who says what, who's reacting like what to what. Please tell me, right? The fucked up thing about this shit is like the first two bitches look sad, and Jada look like, yes, this shit is working for me. My shit is working for me. Fuck y'all niggas, right? You know what I'm saying? Fuck out of here. What kind of shit is this? This shit is crazy, man. You know what I mean? You know, in other shit, not too long ago, Dr. T. Hassan Johnson did the video on, low level contempt for black men, right? Low level contempt for black men, right? So he was talking about a woman who ran up and pepper sprayed a guy. And what that reminded me of is this right here, right? So I'm gonna bring this up, right? And what this is a picture of a man with his daughter, right? Of a man with his daughter, right? And the shit says, looks like a child molester. He looks like a child molester. Protect our girls. Protect our girls. It's the girl's father in a picture with her, right? Girl's father in the picture with her. And just automatically it's assumed that, right, that this man is somehow assaulting, this little girl. Like, if you look at them, they fucking look alike. They fucking look alike. All right, let me shout out my super chats. Dr. Zaya says these dudes are wing monkeys for the gynocracy. Wing monkeys. Y'all know the tune. Winged monkeys for the gynocracy. It's getting worse, y'all. Yo, I'm having more issues with men than women right about now. We seeing all this toxic femininity, and not going deep into the whole Jada Pinkett Smith, Will Smith thing, because we did that already. But that shit really brought the simp out of niggas. Niggas know who they are. All right. Peace from the Illadelph. Brotherly love. You already know what it is. Shout out to Brotherly Love. I appreciate you. All right. Just like I appreciate everybody who's on all of these lives. Shout out to Brotherly Love 215. So, yo, Marcus, speak on that whole ass shit Shaq said about kicking his sons out at 18 because his daughters are better. Listen, I got you covered. I got you covered. It's in here. It's in here. It's in here, motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? I got you covered, man. So let's move it right along, right? So, yeah. Shut up, bitch. Oh, y'all can't even see that. It's gonna be some fuck ups, man. It's gonna be some fuck ups, man. Okay, that's the response to that. Protect our girls. It's her fucking father. Shut up, bitch. Fuck is wrong with chicks, man? You know what I'm saying? This shit is crazy. So I don't know how many people seen this video. Hey, Doc, I ain't get the sound shit together yet. So right now I'm gonna just play this video. Right, I'm gonna play it again. So this is a video of a woman beating her child because her father won't respond to text messages. I don't know how many of y'all seen this, but here it is, right? So after she puts this shit out, Florida woman faces child abuse, charge after, viral video, slapping her 1-year-old daughter around, right? So I posted this, right? I post this. In the same simp motherfuckers that I'm talking about, right? These motherfuckers already coming to this chick rescue. Already. Instead of blaming her, they blame the invisible man, right? Just blame a black man shit, right? Well, where's the daddy? we wouldn't be going through this if niggas ain't stick their dick in the wrong woman. And niggas this and what he should have did and what he shouldn't have did. And how in a country where we grant automatic custodial rights to women. And we put niggas through the ringer to prove that these women are unfit. We somehow find a way to still blame motherfuckers that, weren't there, had nothing to do with shit, right? Right? So here's another one. Florida mom was speeding at 91 miles per hour. 2 toddlers unrestrained. I didn't want to buckle them up while they were sleeping. 91 miles an hour with your kids in the car. Let's say she didn't want to buckle them up because they were sleeping. Let's say that. Let's run with that. 91 miles an hour. 91 miles an hour. You was gunning with 2 kids in the backseat. Them kids look smaller than toddlers almost. They real small. Okay? Right? So let's who did men spend a lot of their time with growing up? The funny thing is, and thank you, Snuggle668, for that super chat. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Florida mom. What the fuck is going on in Florida? Florida man, Florida mom, Florida woman, Florida woman, Florida man got a gator. Florida man. The Florida man's a motherfucker, right? 91 miles an hour. I post these things online and everybody trips about daddy. Where's daddy? All the things that we do to push motherfuckers out of their children's lives, and motherfuckers are blaming daddy, right? I forget who it was. It might have been Mega. I think it was Megatron hit me. He told me about you guys remember the situation with the woman who put her kid in a gorilla cage or some shit like that. And they had to kill a gorilla for gorillaing. They had to kill a fucking gorilla. And they went and got the father from his fucking job and handcuffed him. He somehow, from work, he was responsible for the fuck shit she did at the zoo. Okay? So now here's another one. See, I like this. Shout out to Dr. T. Hassan Johnson. I'm on my Onyx report shit tonight. Police father reports wife dropped baby from second floor of Brooklyn building. The father reported. So I want somebody to say, where the daddy? The father reports wife dropped baby from second floor of Brooklyn building. Saying though, he should have jumped out the way he should have did, what he should have did, right? What he should have did. He should have, would have, could have, right? Nobody wants to talk about what the fuck is up with these women. What the fuck is going on? Now, none of this is to suggest that fathers are never responsible for any violence against their children, but we acknowledge that. We acknowledge that. What we do is we pretend that when these women do this, we blame it on, mental illness. What was going on with her? Maybe she was crazy. Maybe something was wrong with her. Now, if you want to run with that, let's do this. You motherfucker talk about the mentally ill. Is you mentally ill? This is a woman that threw her baby in the garbage. Well, you don't know what she was going through, Marcus. You don't know what she was going through. How do you know? Shout out to Keith Foster, my dude, Keith Foster. What's popping? I appreciate peace, brother. Roberto says laymen will always backstab other men for vagina. Always. Men need to develop a man code like how women are always on code for each other. And they fail at it. They've established a failing code. The thing is, we need a winning code. And I was just, again, talking to my man, Adam MGTOW. I said, I don't want to create a brotherhood of failure where we are supporting motherfuckers doing dumb shit. I'm not with that. That's not the type of code I want. Yes, they are fuck ups, but they're our brothers. Nah. Mm-mm. This is Sparta, niggas. This is fucking Sparta. So here we are. We have this situation here. Woman throws her baby in the trash. So before anybody says, mental illness, let's look into this further, right? So she threw her baby in the trash. Then she comes out and she admits that she threw her baby in the trash. And the baby daddy, he's like, well, what'd the baby daddy do? Well, he killed her ass. We celebrate when men abuse children. We want to see them hurt. When men abuse children, we want to see them killed. I want to see how many people are triggered by this. She threw her baby in the trash. She threw her baby in the trash. So she's as bad as all the pee dough bears, right? I had to separate that. Watching out for the algorithm. Well, I got to get GG. Green Gorilla, you got me a copyright claim on one of my videos with that these hoes ain't loyal shit. Okay, but DC woman admitted she threw child in trash, killed by baby's father. Daddies ain't playing no more with y'all, man. Y'all think y'all own the children, right? So, okay, DC woman who accidentally suffocated her baby in 2021 while high on angel dust. So let's get this mentally ill bullshit out of here. High on angel dust. Then threw his body in the trash and stabbed to death by infant's father while awaiting trial. Nino Brown. Idolater. Your soul is required now. So if we're going to celebrate men who abuse, men who hurt and maim, then, I want to see who gets triggered by this. That nigga wrong. He fucked up. That's fucked up. Yes, this is Sparta. This is Sparta, motherfuckers. We ain't accepting no deformed, no remedial motherfuckers and to get the fuck out of here with that shit. I told a few cats on the jack, and no, this shit here that we're talking about, nigga, we're in a war. To be honest, this is a war. All right. So I remember when God told me these hoes are evil. I tried not to believe it, but with all this you showing us, I believe him. Facts for real. What the fuck? The king of Little Rock. And that kind of connects to a conversation I had with Adam MGTOW, which I'll go into later. Right? Bay says I would have deleted her ass too. Control Alt Delete. The DC Dust Bunny. Yo, but yeah. So okay, so NYC prostitute, right? And Angela Barini, who killed 4 men with fentanyl overdoses and schemed to rob them. It sounds like some Cardi B shit. Okay, including Chef Andrea Zimperoni, is sentenced to 30 years in prison. 30 years. She got 30 years for, pulling that bullshit, right? And she fucked motherfuckers up. Killed 4 men with fentanyl overdoses in a scheme to rob them, right? Like I said, some Cardi B shit, but she did it to the wrong complexion. She did it to the wrong motherfuckers. And some niggas, she probably would have got away with the shit, but nope. You kill motherfuckers, you know. Andrea Zamperoni, that name don't sound black to me. That shit don't sound black. And she got 30. Four dudes dead. I'm with you, Mega. She got 30. She's supposed to get life for that. 4 motherfuckers. You killed 4 men. 4 men dead because you killed them. Let her. Remember that shit where the girl got lost in the islands or something? Let one white girl come up missing. They sending a team to look for your ass. And when they find you and you the motherfucker that sold her the shit, your ass is never coming home. 30 years? 4 guys. Brandy, I hope you're listening. Because people are, equality. You want equality. You want the jail terms the niggas get? No, you don't. You don't want the time we get. All right. Back to this bitch. Jada Pinkett is forcing Will Smith to go to couples therapy and says he's the problem. He the problem. And the Simps applauded. Jesus wept. Amen. That nigga's the problem. Bitch, the only reason we know you or give a fuck about you is that man. You wouldn't have a table of paint red, bitch, if it wasn't for Will Smith. That nigga's the draw. That nigga's the attraction to your whole circus. He's the center ring. It's like when Beyonce performed, you might get a Jay-Z appearance. Motherfuckers forget that shit back when Destiny Child was breaking up and Beyonce was getting booed off stage and all that shit. People forget that shit. When Beyonce was doing shows and she would get booed because they was mad at her for breaking up the group and replacing members and shit. I don't forget that shit. Jay-Z saved Beyonce's career as a solo artist. Niggas might forget. I don't. When he started showing up the shit that she was doing. Nobody would give a fuck about Jada Pinkett Smith. She'd be Nia Long, like I said it before. And I'm mad they used that old picture with she got hair in the shit. Use some bald shit. Bitch is bald. Use that shit. She's proud, right? Alopecia. She's bald. Like, you supposed to use the up-to-date shit. Like, stop playing with me. You fucking with my emotions. My man Ghetto Legend. Follow Ghetto Legend on fucking Instagram. Ain't no reason a nigga supposed to know how far behind on bills you are the first 3 days he meets you. Next few slides will follow this trend. Bum ass bitches. Just met you. Why the fuck I know what you're going through financially? Don't send me a what you doing text and I got all these bills. Bitch, do something about your bills. What you doing? WID, bitch. What you should be doing is take your ass to work and pay them fucking bills. All right. Roberto says, facts. Giving YouTube zombies therapy while giving black dealers life because these motherfuckers can't stop shooting dog food in their arms. Y'all heard Cynthia G got a crackhead on her fucking on her shit, bro. I'm hearing Cynthia G got crackheads on her panel. This is what I'm hearing. Shout out to Mr. Amiri Brown. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Why? You the man. Should I go Dutch? So I met the dad and he told me y'all went halves when y'all dated. What the fuck that got to do with us? Well, he paid half and nutted in you. The fuck I look like paying anything or everything. A man. He said, no, I look like a simp. Tell you what, I pay all, but I get 2 cream pies in you. Deal? Savage. That's some savage shit right there. Nigga want 2 cream pies. Shit. Nigga, you what the fuck is you doing, nigga? And cream pie, nothing. Garcelle Beauvais says men should still pay on a date, even if the woman asks them out. Oh my God. Oh shit. Oh my God. Yo, should have let Jamie hit it, man. Should have let Jamie beat, man. I ain't never forgiven Fancy for that shit. You ain't let Jamie beat, man. This is where we at. You gonna invite yourself on a date. They should still pay for a date, even if the woman asks them out. Yeah. A wife should cook for her husband. What, nigga? This ain't the 50s, you sexist ass nigga. Fuck out of here with that bullshit. Hi, honey, at home. Look, see? Meet more and all that shit, right? Now, you Uncle Tom sellout, ass lame nigga. I just got off Facebook. I saw this girl posting. Man, I'm mad I didn't get that video for y'all. I wanted to have this video for the night where this chick is breaking down, all the things that men are expecting wives to do and how much they could be getting paid. Y'all don't do that shit, though. Y'all don't do that shit. I would say the majority of motherfuckers I grew up with, and I know in my house, we did all the housework. We did a good amount of the housework. Right. So you're Uncle Tom sellout, right? Yeah, man, he just wants you to cook. All this shit you saying as a wife that you should be paid to do, bitch, you living in my house for free. You living in my house for free. Fuck is you talk about? Yeah. And then you got guys like this. I fucks with Umar, but motherfucker, knock it off. Yeah, no white girls. What is he? The king? The King Kong? What? King Kong? Whatever the fuck this nigga calls himself. The pan prince of, man, I don't even fucking know. No white girls. Right? The Prince of Panda. Oh my God, niggas. Yo, I'm shooting the link out tonight. I want niggas to come up in here, say some shit. The Prince of Panda. Oh, you the MVP so far in the comments. The Prince of Panda Express. Woo, niggas. Oh my God, I love the comment section of this motherfucker. Yo, I fucks with y'all, man. The Prince of Pan, piece of pandering. The Prince of Pancakes. Oh my God, this nigga right here, man. Oh, okay, gotcha. Should be fucking with them white girl. So there shouldn't be any girls, niggas like women. Fuck Umar talking about girls. He feed it into pedo talking points, talking about girls. Now, this is a meme. Somebody made this shit. But my thing is, yo, like, well, shit, first of all, we can't say girls anymore. Y'all niggas better watch our mouths. That shit is disrespectful. That shit is disrespectful, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Look, what the fuck is going on here, y'all? Fuck is going on here, man? This is the shit, yo. The internet knows no fucking bounds. All right. I don't believe in going to the government to get married. That's black women. Also, black women, if my relationship doesn't work out, I'll go to the government, make them punish you. I hope you're here, Brandy. Don't miss the show. All right. Megatron. No. That was Roberto. So here we are, Mr. Shaquille O'Neal. I tell my boys, let me full screen this shit. Let me full screen it. I tell my boys, when y'all get 18, you all got to go. Girls can stay as long as they want. Shaquille O'Neal, with tough love for his sons, says he likes his daughters a bit more. Ain't that some shit? He likes his daughters a bit more. Let me lift this up. Yeah, he likes his daughters a bit more than his sons. Ain't this what we've been saying for a long time? Like, we've been saying this sort of shit, right? We've been saying this stuff. How do these guys get to a point, y'all gotta go? Like, how do we get progress? How do we get men always need help? And that's all these motherfuckers say. You motherfuckers, oh, y'all always need help, and y'all always need this, y'all always need that. And this is that girl dad shit. This is what we do. We shit on our boys, and then from the position of shitting on them, we say, y'all niggas can't get it together. Without saying any names, we got a resident simp on Facebook who, puts in overtime to tell niggas that they ain't shit and why they need help. Everybody else getting help. Everybody else getting affirmative action type shit, but niggas. And then we tell niggas, this is some simp ass shit, bro. And this man grew up with the support of a dad. It wasn't his biological. Dr. Thunder, I see you. Dr. Thunder, I see you. He says his daughters ain't attracted enough to get what the fuck he trying to promote. Says Shaq is a hoe for that shit. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is that black female empowerment versus black empowerment. I did a whole video on it. Right? They always telling us about that black girl magic. You know what the black girl magic is? It's either daddy, or it's Uncle Sam, or it's that motherfucker from Set It Off. I forgot homie name. They always tell us about that black girl magic. Now we see what they mean. Ha, 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 ha. The king of Little Rock. Magic my ass. Miracles every Thanksgiving. Uncle Sam. Shout out to Dr. Thunder. Yeah, side punching ass niggas say shit like Shaq hoe ass do. Yeah, womenizing other men's daughters. Yeah. 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 Right? Let's move right along. So let's discuss this. Right? The Facebook post. Shout out to Michael Gomez. I don't know if he's in here. I'm going to have to summon him. I'm going to summon this motherfucker because I'm going to need him to be in here for this shit. Right? So you got Al Pacino, right? Al Pacino's 82 years old, right? And he's dating this woman. I think she's 28 years old. 28 years old. He's 82 and she's 28. I'm gonna have to talk to my niggas, right? Shout out to Dr. Thunder. I appreciate you. Here to support you, bro. I appreciate that, right? So we talking about 82-year-old Al Pacino. So guys is like, he's 82 and she's 28. This is guys, men, not women. Men telling me, why is he dating her? They don't got nothing in common. They can't build a bond. None of y'all niggas ain't never been 82. Let me tell you something. I ain't never been 82. But at 82, I'm not giving a fuck about building a bond with a 28-year-old bitch or any. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker's 82. Are y'all fucking serious? He's 82. He can't build a bond. They have nothing to relate. They can't relate. Nigga, I'm 82. Relate this dick. I'm Al Pacino. Suck this wrinkled dick. Build a bond. I'm 80. I'm almost out of here. I done did it all. Not trying to fall in love at 82. At 82, I'm only looking for dick warmers. That's all I'm looking for at 82. I done did it all. Dick warmers. So they continue to talk about, they can't relate. They can't relate to each other. There's too much of an age gap. Right? It's too much of an age gap. At 82, I'm 82. I gives a fuck about, building a bond and all this other weird shit, right? That these niggas is talking. Some of y'all niggas, man. I love my dudes, man. But some of y'all motherfuckers, So he's supposed to deal with an old broad, right? Chick his age, an 80-year-old chick that he can relate to. I'm used to these arguments coming from women. Like, oh, he's a pedophile, and the bitch 28. That's what I'm used to seeing these sorts of arguments. You know what I'm saying? So, for all y'all niggas that, you want to date a woman your age. Huh? 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 Baby. Right? Is this more your speed? The bitch you can relate to. It's a bitch you can relate to. All right? Anyway, she was like 50. I think when we talk about it, she's 51. And this ain't even the slide that I wanted first. She's 51 years old. 51 years old. She hit the wall, right? That's what we're going to hear. She hit the fucking wall. Hit the wall, right? That bitch ain't red light special no more. She's brick wall special. Crash dummy special. It's a rap. Okay, it's a rap-a-roni. But this is a woman you can relate to. This is what you want to come home to, right? Right? Right. So another thing, yes, yeah, ain't no scrubs, right? I think, like she hit the wall so hard, like, the motherfucker, whoever's monitoring her is wearing scrubs. Right? So look, right? So this is what I need niggas to stop doing. So not long ago, somebody was talking about Ray Dawn Chong, right? Ray Dawn Chong back in the days in the 80s, whatever, Color Purple and all the other shit she was in. She was a little piece back in the day. My motherfucker's going like, Ray Dawn Chong hit the wall. She's 61. She looks 61. One thing I'm going to need niggas to stop doing is exaggerating. This is not she hit the wall. This is she's 61, niggas. She's an old lady. Bitches get old. Niggas get old too. When you hit the wall, it means you look like T-Boz, because T-Boz is around Nicole Murphy's age. And we all know what Nicole Murphy looks like. She's 60 fucking one. You fucking weirdos. And she doesn't look bad for 61. She hit the wall. Nigga, if she looked any better, would you still be? She's 61. If I'm 61, I wouldn't mind if I'm married already, my 61-year-old wife looking like Ray Dawn Chong. The fuck is wrong with niggas? This is an old, good-looking bitch. This bitch is in her 50s. She's in her 50s. I don't know what's going on with her, Brandy, but she's in her 50s. And you know what happens when I see her picture on the internet? That bitch is old. That bitch is, she's old, but she looks good. But she's old. She's still old. BGS, I agree with you. But then they say she hit the fucking wall. She's supposed to look like this. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, she's old. Hey, BGS, I'm not saying that she deserves to be looked at as anything younger. But the wall is not Ray Dawn Chong. Ray Dawn Chong is a grandmother. Let her be that, right? There's something from Facebook. Pussy is good enough for me. It's also pointless if you have a table or multiple tables to ask. This is the simp shit I come across. To ask what a woman brings to the table, listen with your eyes. Her actions will answer all the important questions. Another thing I need niggas to stop doing is this fake vetting shit. If you just pay attention, you know, everything that you're seeing, everything, if you pay attention, you won't end up in divorce court. You won't end up in family court. You won't end up paying child support if you just vet correctly. I'm gonna have to pull this up. Hitting the wall means she's past her prime years. I thought hitting the wall means that, like, you look terrible, like in years that you shouldn't. That's what I thought it meant. Like, past prime years means, okay, you pass your prime years, you gotten older. If a woman is 61 and she looks 61, I wouldn't categorize that as hitting the wall. But if you're 30 and you look like T-Boz, that's a wall hitting motherfucker. Right? Right. So that's some for another day. All right. I don't know why this is in this folder. We're gonna skip that. Yeah. 1 year in, nothing is built, nothing is back, nothing is better. Like, whose guy is this? Please, somebody in the chat, let me know. I can never seem to mention Biden without somebody calling Trump's name. If I say anything bad about Biden, or I call Biden out for this, that, and the other, first thing they say, well, he's better than Trump. You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of when Trump supporters will pull Obama's name out their ass when you said some shit about Trump. What that means to me is both sides are trash. They just defend their man. Nothing is built. Nothing is back. Nothing is better. All right. Okay. So now let's get the proceedings proceeding. This is fuck your feelings, people. All right. Fuck your feelings, man. We talking tonight about a few things that I had, the pleasure and displeasure of going back and forth with niggas about over the past week. All right. So I'm still going back and forth with the fucking game coach niggas, right? With the game coach niggas, and I'm about to pull some people in. So I'm gonna throw the link up, right? Shout out to my man K Mac. I don't know where he is because he's gonna talk to us. Because I a few debates that I had. One of the things that I mentioned was about the benefits of marriage for men, right? I was going back and forth about that. Game coaches talking about some ill shit. Shout out to the game coach who will go unnamed, but he's very popular, right? Let's start here. We talking about benefits for marriage for men, right? And I had that discussion with my man Muata and Adam McTow. Right? I don't know if Adam McTow is in the chat right now, but I'm gonna shoot the link out because we had this conversation about the question is what do men get in a marriage that they can't get single? Now my answer is always divorced, but I want to know, right? I put the link up, right? I'm gonna bring people in. I want people to try to tell me what are the benefits of marriage for men? What are the benefits? Somebody let me know if my sound is off because it looks kind of out of sync here. But at the end of the day, I want somebody to let me know. Because this, we went back and forth about, the benefits, right? So I'm gonna see if I can pull up. Well, I think he deleted his shit, right? When he was talking about, well, married men live longer. Married men make more money and things of that nature. Married men, all these things, right? And I had to ask him, I said, well, why? Why do married men make more money? Let me see if I can fix this. Let me know, like I said, let me know if this audio is out of sync because it looks out of sync from here. But when I asked, why do you think that is? Why do married men make more money? Right? Why? The answer, I don't get a straight answer, right? So my point of view is that married men make more money because they have to. They got to support more people. If you're a married man and you got to support more people, you're going to work more hours. If you work more hours, you're going to make more money. It's the same argument as the wage gap. And these are things that guys can understand when you're talking about gender disparity, right? Right. So we having a gender conversation about a gender wage gap. And we say, well, the reason why men make more money is because they choose certain lines of work that women don't. And they work more hours. Then the woman come in with that argument that might show you stats that men make more, but eliminate that nuance. They're misrepresenting stats. So when married men come to me and they say, well, on paper, married men make more money without talking about why. Oh, I'm just reporting what the data says. Okay, that sounds good. Right. In every other conversation, we lean to nuance. We talk about why there's more crime in the Black community, why this, why that. But let's not pretend that marriage itself just produces more income. If you got more people to support, you're going to work more. And I don't want to hear nothing about combined incomes, because that's not your income. Combined income is household. We're talking about the men themselves, the married men, and their incomes. The reason you make more money is because you have a strategy to bring more money in, because you got to feed more people. You got to support more people. You pay more bills. Any single moving like a married man in that regard will build probably twice or more, or twice as much wealth. The reason why is because his money is not tied to as much expenses as married men. There's also a new study on this married men live longer shit. But due to the fact that the divorce rate is over 53% and the divorced men's suicide rate is high, if you stay married, maybe you'll be all right. I mean, every married motherfucker I know, health sucks, because you're working all those hours and you're stressed as fuck. And you come home and you deal with stress, right? But I'm trying to understand, what are the real benefits, exclusive benefits in marriage that men experience that single men don't? Exclusive. And I don't want to argue about the definition of exclusivity. Put the link out there. Whoever's going to jump in, let me know. But I want to know what the exclusive benefits of marriage are. Shit that you can get in a marriage that you can't get outside of it, right? Somebody needs to answer this question to me. Because when I hear this stuff about income, again, more income is not tied to marriage. It's just tied to, behavior, right? Marriage makes you act a certain way. So check it out, man. So here we are. Like, I was also talking about the ASAP Rocky situation with Rihanna. Now I know, everybody's talking about he's Pookie and all this other shit. You know what I'm saying? He's Pookie, he's Pookie, he's Pookie. I've been telling motherfuckers for years, marry up, be hypergamous. I ain't mad at Rocky. He did what the fuck I've been saying. He's done what the fuck I've been saying for years. Married him a billionaire. And then when I heard that the motherfucker so-called, cheated or whatever, I was tight about that. I was like, nigga, you fucking up. You fucking up. He did the right thing. He skeeted in that pussy. It was the first right step. She said, I'm rich, bitch. He skeeted in that pussy. That's what he did. That was the first step. His first correct move. I'm going to bring Shane in. Shane, talk to me, brother.
Man, where do I begin?
So let's go back to the question. What do men get in a marriage that they can't get outside of it? Talk to me.
Heart problems.
You got to come a little closer to the mic, brother.
Huh?
Your mic. Come closer to the mic.
Oh, man. That better?
It's a little bit better.
A little bit? Hold on. Gotta do better than a little bit. Hang on. It's the first time having mic problems. That's interesting. How's that?
Sounds good. It sounds a little better, man. Do your best, brother. But try talking to the mic, man. Snapback Hut, man. Get it together, man. I'm waiting on y'all. I'm gonna post the link again.
Things a man can get in a marriage that he can't get or less likely to get outside of a marriage.
No, fuck less likely. Exclusive. Exclusive things. Things that you can get in a marriage that you can't get outside of it. If you're in the club, you get shit that you in the club, you can't get outside the club, right? So if you're in a marriage, what can you get in a marriage that is unavailable to you as a single man?
Gee, let me
take your time, brother.
Well,
positive shit.
Positive stuff that you can get in a marriage.
Positive shit, nigga.
With
shit
all honesty, without being biased and nothing like that, because I've been down that road. There is nothing I can actually name. Nothing. Absolutely. I mean, because when you look at it, marriage is a duty. And only men get held to task to fulfill that duty. Everything on the woman's side is optional.
Well, I mean, we already know that, now, with the day and time we're living in, right? Mm-hmm. You got the women who, they're above any of the shit that they used to do. Mm-hmm. They're above that.
Yep.
As a single man, I already said, if you move like a married man, you stack your paper, you invest, you do correct things, you can do more than what a married man could do with that same income, because they make more because they have to, but then they spend more.
Mm-hmm.
They spend more. But as a single, and I'm speaking from experience, I'm speaking my life. I can do things with money that married men cannot do.
There is one thing, but it's not worth it. One thing you get as a married man that you can't get as a single man is your tax status changes. And, if you manage your resources right, your returns are far bigger than they would be if you were single.
Elaborate on that.
Well, without putting too much in my personal business, I guess I have to use some anecdotal. But my tax returns when I was a single man was under $1,000 a year. But when I had gotten married, especially when I had kids, that multiplied consistently. But that's because I know how to manage my resources.
Snap back. I sent the link to you in your inbox, man. Waiting on you. Yeah, so I get you.
Mm-hmm.
I get you. We go through some of these comments. Yeah, it's not worth it.
It's not worth it. It ain't.
Said love ain't nothing but two suckers feeling sorry for each other, then hitting divorce court to pay child support to your baby's mother, sugar free. Woo!
I mean, most of that money is spending on the home and the family. I mean, that's not going in your pocket just for your enjoyment and everything else.
Absolutely.
I mean, because when I started my family, shoot, I was paying probably like $12,000 in family health insurance because of where I was living.
My man Jamil says, "Have y'all smashed dry pussy lately?" Have y'all smashed dry pussy lately? No. I have not. BGS, hitting the wall means she's past her prime years. I read this earlier.
Yeah.
This,
to me, hitting the wall means pretty much looking like you're past your prime well before your time.
That's what I thought it meant. I thought it was you fell off.
Because if a chick is 27 and she looked 57, she hit the wall.
Yeah, you can hit the wall before you get old.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You can hit the wall.
I mean, some women are blessed, and they can get up there in years and look a whole lot younger. Like, for instance, when I was in college, I met a woman. She was 50. She was a stripper, and I was trying to pick her up, but she ended up showing me her ID, proving to me that she was 50, and I thought she was like 18, 19 years old because the school I was going to, there was a lot of strippers.
It's just like fucking, did you know that Whack 100 was 43? 43. That nigga hit the wall for a nigga. That nigga looks way older than me. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So since nobody's saying nothing about my audio sync, I'm gonna assume that it's on point.
Nope.
Huh?
It's not.
Oh, I'm off sync.
Nah, you looking like a straight kung fu movie right now. It's really off. Actually, you know what? It's frozen. You there?
I see. So I'm gonna try to address that. But yeah, man. I'm trying to understand, right? We talk about, we passed the whole hitting the wall thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Said they can't all look like Angela Bassett. How old is Angela Bassett?
Let me look that up. I mean, people need to keep in mind, celebrities have access to certain resources to help them maintain their youthful figure that normal people don't have. If you could get paid just to focus on your appearance and health, everybody would look good.
Whack was born with hamburger face.
She is 63 years old.
And it's all about fertility and your ability to catch a mate. Every woman hits the wall, even if she hit the wall at 50 versus 25. I think there's a difference between hitting the wall and just aging. I wouldn't call someone turning 80, oh, you hit the wall. No, you turned 80. If you had good years, like when Kenya Moore gets old, and she's old, but she's aging okay. I would go as far as to say that. I would say that she's aging sort of gracefully, right? She's someone who takes care of herself. She works out, whatever the case may be. Still old. She's the car that you took care of. You changed all the oil on and all of that shit. But
people don't want to admit that it's just different between men and women. I mean, like when men get old, if they look halfway decent in their upper years, we get called silver foxes, right? Nobody is really looking at an old woman talking about, yeah, I need to get with that. No matter how well she's got her hair fixed up or whatever.
Okay, so check it out. We got incoming. So we got BGS. Oh, this is going to become something.
Yeah, the basically the.
Wait. Hello, sir.
Hello, sir.
Before you
welcome.
Before you jump in.
Now I shoot before I speak. Now,
yeah, like bullets flying, man.
Duck.
BGS Itmore's in the building.
You said incoming, so. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, man. I'm
okay. What's up, Marcus?
What's going
How's
on,
it going, man?
Let me.
Where you at? You in LA? You in New York?
Nah, I'm in Vegas.
You're in Vegas.
Yeah,
okay.
This is live.
How's the weather?
I got the little graphic on this. It's live from Vegas.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
But anyway, go ahead, man. I'm listening to you. I got Ben
How's the weather?
in.
How's the weather, man? Is it cool? Is it nice?
Nah, it's nice out here, man. It's blazing hot.
Okay.
So talk to me. I'm here,
okay.
brother.
Okay. What the wall means is that you pass. Really, what it means, you pass your fertility. You pass your peak value. That's what it normally means. And then we've kind of moved the wall up to 35. It used to be 25 because, like Kevin says, after in Western culture, after 35, you're leftover. Okay.
Eggs start drying up.
Yeah, well, your eggs start drying up. But in the other cultures, traditionally 25, is where the wall is. Okay, we kind of moved it up a little bit. But basically, if you look at all the charts, The reason you start drying up and women start changing and looking a certain way is because the body chemistry starts changing. That's the wall. That's around 30, 32, 33, maybe 34. Now everybody doesn't hit the wall equally, okay? Because if you start off as a 10 and you hit the wall, okay, then you might wind up at 8. Okay, you might not wind up with a Ray Dong Chong at 61 as about a 5. Okay, but the thing is that you've hit it. Everybody doesn't hit the wall equally. So
with the way these women take care of their bodies, they hit the walls. You're right, they hit the wall about 25, 35 because they be all fat and sloppy and cellulite showing in their damn leggings and shit.
They could be 18 and get fat and sloppy, okay, but that's not traditionally what we mean by hitting the wall, because that's just you not exercising, taking care of yourself.
That's right. I mean, so usually the context
really you hit the wall because you dip in your sexual marketplace value.
Yeah,
as you know, it's known as.
Hitting the wall is less about your sexual marketplace value. It's more about your biology. That's what they mean by hitting the wall. There's a certain point where you start now. Typically, when you hit a wall, your looks and your body starts to go down with it. That's not for everybody.
Right. Can I get this in real quick? Because I'm kind of at work. So let me hit this real quick. Number one, you put your hands on my fucking child, I'm gonna break your goddamn face. I can't even tell you, and Marcus will tell you because he got the phone calls where I don't know, almost had to break my sister's ass over some shit she was doing with my niece.
Okay.
Marcus.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you can vouch. You remember them Columbus phone calls?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then secondly, I'm sitting up here, I'm bartending at a wedding venue, and it's funny. I always wind up getting in conversations with like one of the family members of one of the people getting married, normally the bride, and sure enough, they all agree when I say, yeah, you know, your kid, they go off to college. You know, like, did she meet her husband in college? Like, yeah, like, okay, cool. Like, so here they are, 25. They're normally between the ages of 23 and 28, but normally I would say, okay, let me take that back, 25, 28. This 25-year-old couple, they have been together for 10 years, but they went to college first, got their degrees, started their careers, and now they decided to get married. And I was talking about them getting either an apartment or a starter home. He was like, yeah, they got a starter home. I was like, yeah, that's cool. I was like, now, of course, you know, when they're ready to give you grandchildren, they're going to upgrade. And he was like, oh, yeah, because that is the plan. Keep in mind, these people are white. These are Hispanics. Hispanics and white. You know, the boy is white, the child, you know, is Hispanic. Sure enough, you know, different cultures, but they have the same criteria for their children to get married. Get an education first, start your career, get married, then start producing children. That way you save up your money, let the husband build up his wealth, get promotions and all of that shit. You know, start your nest egg, get everything you need. Then you start pumping out babies so that way you can fucking afford them. We do shit ass backwards. We get pregnant, maybe go to school, maybe, okay? Start pumping out babies, maybe go to school, maybe a technical college or something like that. And then you run around talking about something, you don't need no man. Then at 35, 40 something years old, you calling Kevin Samuels, talking about something, I can't find a man, ain't none of these men no good, blase, blase. And it's like, of course, you know the mantra, age, dress size, you know what I'm saying? How many kids, how many baby daddies you got? You know, and bitch, you really think your size 16, 240-pound ass at 42 years old is gonna get you, you know, a good man? Like, bitch, please, you blew that shit 20 years ago.
The school of thought with a lot of these women is they think that that is normal, and what they're supposed to do is have a kid and then leave the father because
it's normal for them.
Huh?
It's normal for black women. It's normal for them.
They think,
but the other is that a lot of brothers are quietly walking away.
Yeah, supposed to.
So I wanna go back to the question we asked before. Exclusive benefits for men in marriage that cannot be attained or achieved, like it's impossible
outside of having a chick to lay up with every night. Maybe, be there, maybe pick up, your dirty socks, or maybe make a meal for the week on Sundays, because these bitches think they got to cook and clean every day, and ain't nobody said none of that. But it's like, huh?
You gain. You're supposed to gain another family to help you in your endeavors. That's what you're supposed to gain when you get
But
married.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to get. But that ain't what you get.
in this
You
modern
get an
time, do these
ungrateful
things
bitch
really
after
happen? Do you?
50
Yeah.
years.
If you marry if you marry a good family, yeah, you get the father, you get the context of the mother and the father, and you get your wife's contacts, all the kind of stuff that you gain by being married and getting that partnership. You gain all those things.
No,
If
I'm
you
talking in this. I'm talking
even in
about what
modern
he
times,
mentioned.
even
What
modern
he
times.
mentioned this day and age, because I mean, you can get those things without a ring. I would argue, like but what I'm saying, he's talking about somebody pick up your socks and all this other like
Oh yeah,
silly shit he just
no,
mentioned. Like,
yeah,
The
that's
shit that they
sorry.
complain about.
That's
The
what they
shit that
complain
they
about, but
complain
You get a
but that's
personal
not.
assistant and
But
get
those,
that.
I
those are
get a
not the
maid to pick up my socks.
Yeah, but that's not the benefits that you get from marriage. You get benefits you get from marriage is getting another family that can help you. That's the benefit you're supposed to get. Marriage is to bring two families together.
Yeah,
Marriage is not just to bring two people together. But we've
yeah.
lost that.
That's the
We've
intention.
lost that tradition. That's the intention. So, but these days, the way black folks get married, you don't get that.
So that's what I'm saying. Like in this day and we're talking about now, like
yeah,
we can go back and we can talk
it's still
about
true.
because
It's still,
your guy and BGS. I need.
Go ahead, I got to drop.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Bay just said it.
Listening, but I got to drop.
Bay just said that's what you get from marriage if it's done properly. He just said it.
So
That's what you get.
I want to say something right to
Mhm.
to BGS and I see Adam Midmore in the chat. I'm gonna shoot him the link in a minute, but you had a debate with a guy that I usually debate on Facebook a lot, and
Okay.
I need a link to that. This
I
is the
did. Who is he?
Amiri.
Oh, that's a while back. Oh, good Lord, that's a while back. Yeah, I'll
Right.
find it.
So the reason I say that is because we were going back and forth. I don't know if it was him that I was going back and forth with, but in this we talking about in this day and age, like because he now he's on Facebook talking about that marriage wasn't started, like the institution of marriage wasn't about bringing two families together. What you just said,
It's
like
bullshit.
what we all historically know to be true. He's it wasn't about that. It was always about love.
No, it wasn't.
No.
Yeah, we know that.
Arranged marriages, most marriages were arranged, like I say, 90%, and those weren't about love.
Absolutely. Let me read K Dot's because K Dot typed something interesting. What did I disappear?
Yeah,
Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
I just gotta re up my battery. So let me bring up a still. So K Dot says, keep it 100. I know this is off topic, but did you see this new TikTok trend with the black chicks calling their white counterparts massa?
I saw that.
Yeah, I saw it. So what?
Okay. He said, if you did see it, would you cover it? So
Yeah, so what? Like, so what? That's the way they feel.
It's
So
old
what?
news. It's
Yeah,
old.
they've been calling their white counterparts massive for 200 years. So what?
It's old news. I mean, they get a kick out of that. I've seen that a lot in college.
Yeah,
I've seen that a ton. Black
slave
chicks,
play.
they just coon up for the white dudes all the time. Who cares? Let them do it.
Yeah. So
They are a non-factor.
Just so I see you, K Dot. What are your like? I don't know what you want us to address. Let me bring in Joe Paparazzi, right? So I'm bringing Joe Paparazzi. What's going on, Joe?
What's good, my guy?
What's going on, man?
Man, I'm all right, bro. Just kind of, just hopped in, just listening to y'all chop it up.
Oh, okay. Well, till I get my camera together, let me throw that on screen. Stay tuned, mother bitch. Yeah. So I mean, I'm gonna ask you.
Yes, sir.
You have any commentary on what we speaking on? Like we were talking about benefits of marriage outside of marriage. I think
outside of marriage, like, what do you put that in context for me?
What are the benefits of marriage outside of marriage?
Okay, so now you talking to somebody who was married for 10 years, right? You know what, bro? I'm just gonna put it this way. It's kind of like a double-edged sword because I'm not completely, totally against marriage, but nowadays it's really hard for me to find justification. Let's say if I was to do it again, because there's just so many risks involved, especially if you've made some smart decisions and acquired some things. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of risk involved. But outside of the marriage itself, like outside of the context of the home, outside from having if you got a decent wife who's helping to curate the home and prepare meals or maybe take care of the kids, if that's your situation. My kids are adults, so that's not, an issue for me. But man, what, tax breaks maybe?
Yeah, somebody mentioned tax breaks already.
I mean, you got it like perfect example, bro. So, I guess not to be putting all my shit out there, but I own a few pieces of property, right? So I was thinking about, and I think we talked about this, here I am, 48, kind of got some cool shit going, but I'm kind of bored with Cali. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, I've been here, born and raised, thinking about making a move. Is it Vegas? Is it Atlanta? Is it Houston? Who knows? But as far as the property is concerned, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, what should I keep? What should I liquidate? Because I'm trying to create a situation where I'm living mortgage free, right? So I could sell one or two properties, buy something cash somewhere else. Now, here's the problem. If you do that, you got about a year to, make that purchase, or you're subjected to capital gains tax. Capital, to anybody who may not know, capital gains is about a 33% tax on like a large, income amount that you would acquire, like if you sold a house. If you're a single person, bro, you could acquire up to 250,000 and not pay capital gains. If it's over 250,000, you're subjected to that. So if you made 300K, you have to cough up 100K. If you're a single dude, right? If you were married, that number goes up to 500,000. That's a benefit. That's $500,000 that you would not to have to pay tax on if you were a married man.
Let me ask.
That's just one example. That's just some random shit that I'm just pulling off the top of my head, because that's something that if I did say I sold one of my houses and I moved to Vegas, you know what I'm saying? That's something I would have to consider. Like, damn, if I was married, you know what I'm saying? Since I'm not married, I might get raped.
So the question is,
right,
what's the difference between that and me taking all the money that I'm not spending on my wife and kids and investing that in a similar fashion? Right? Are you telling me, or would you say, because I'm not challenging what you're saying, but let me ask you, I'm gonna ask you a question. Would you say that my rate of return on money not spent, because if let's say if I work as hard as a man supporting 4 to 6 people,
right,
and I'm single,
your overhead is going to be significantly lower because you're only paying for yourself.
Okay, the overhead is significantly lower, and I'm making all this money, and then I take that money and invest it in a manner that I would not be able to if I was married. Are you saying that is it possible for me to compete with what that married man gains from that benefit you're speaking about?
Not from a tax perspective, because the way the government is set up, if you're married, you're going to pay lower taxes, period. And I think if you're married, you will pay lower taxes. And I think they have it set up that way to promote that, right? Now,
understood.
And
I'm not saying from a tax perspective. I'm saying from an opportunity cost perspective, right? Right. So if let's say I'm investing,
okay,
and that money returns to me more money, than the money that you're saving from those tax exemptions or whatever the government is doing for you, because you're a married man, can these decisions compete with whatever benefit you're getting from your marital status in the tax?
if you're investing the right way, I would say no, because you know what I mean, you have lower overhead, and that means you have more liquid to invest. And if you have more liquid to invest, of course, you'll have a higher rate of return. So I would say no.
So
But
no, so what you're saying is yes, you're saying I can compete with the married man's tax breaks.
you definitely can. But
Okay.
but I'm glad you said that though, because it made me think of another point that just popped up in my head.
I'm listening.
A benefit outside of marriage. That would be legacy. Unless you don't care about, you know, having kids out of marriage, because you know what's the ideal situation. In a perfect world, you know, you get married, and by God's grace, you have a woman who is rational, who isn't overly toxic, because they're all crazy, right? You know, you just have to decide how much crazy you can deal with. But all, in my opinion, at least in the 48 years I've been on this earth, I think all women are a little bit emotionally unstable, at least to a degree. So, you know, hopefully you got one that's at least rational, right? You have a couple of kids that look like you, a couple of sons, maybe a daughter or whatever. Those sons carry your legacy. They carry your name. So that's a benefit, because that keeps going on. I have a friend right now who's kind of facing that, right? His name is Richard Johnson III. He is his dad's only son. He has no kids.
So
once he dies,
go ahead.
that's it.
Mm-hmm.
That name is, his dad's legacy is done. There's no more Richard Johnson III, because he dies and he didn't have any sons.
So let me respond
You see
to
what I'm
that
saying?
part.
So that lineage is done. He doesn't have any brothers. He has
But that's
one
something
sister.
that's something you have to be emotionally invested in, right?
Yeah, you got to care about it, of course.
Yeah, you have to be emotionally invested in, right? So
Now, mind you, I don't think he cares that much, but I think his dad does.
okay, but somebody is emotionally invested. What I'm saying is this, right? And let's talk about legacy for a minute.
Right.
Okay. Like as far as legacy, first of all, like I said just now, it's something you have to be emotionally invested in, right?
True.
Also, you can have a legacy outside of marriage. Like maybe you prefer to have it within a marriage, but you can leave your children shit outside of a marriage. So that's why I'm saying exclusive.
Right.
Right. Now, the thing that kind of bugs me out about like when guys when they say legacy and their legacy is children, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is what I'm about to say is like some philosophical shit. This ain't nothing else, right?
Go ahead.
Why do we call children legacy? Like if you think of great men, right? You think of Bezos, what's his legacy?
Amazon.
When you think of Steve Jobs, what's his legacy?
Microsoft.
Okay. No, Steve Jobs.
Oh, Apple.
Okay, Bill Gates is Microsoft, right?
Right.
These are legacies. It is my position that men who consider children legacies are underachievers.
Well, that depends, because these guys that we just mentioned, they are all someone's child.
No, I get that,
right?
But that has nothing to do with what I said. I'm talking about their legacy.
Well, look at old man Kennedy, right? Who's his legacy? Robert and John.
Exactly.
No, he had more than that.
I know, but his legacy that he's known for is who? His sons.
That's what he's known for. But what I'm saying, what
missed is legacy is tied to bloodline.
Right.
You know, I mean, that's the point of legacy, and when bloodlines can stretch on for centuries, where the company may go for maybe 10, 20, 30 years, maybe it depends on how the company is managed.
See, this is the thing, right? When I think of legacy, I think of what a person's what a person is leaving behind, what a person has done to affect the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when I asked what were these men's legacies and I named these guys, nobody named their children, they named the companies. Immediately, it was a knee-jerk answer, right? Now, again, we can call, I mean, every man has a right to call whatever he wants to call his legacy, right? Mm-hmm. But it is my position, because any man can, let you shoot up some walls and have kids, right? Just about, I'd say most men can do that. The average man can do that. If that is your claim to a legacy, it's not much, because it's not something that is you understand what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Like, I get what you guys are saying. Now, Kennedy's legacy might be his sons, but he was a great man, and he put them in the position to be great men. So he had something aside. He's a man who did things, big things, that had kids. That's like saying, well, if Bezos has children, then they're his legacy, and then if they carry on Amazon, then they're his legacy, and they carried on Amazon. But Amazon was going to be a thing with or without those children, and Joe Kennedy was going to be Joe Kennedy without his children, right?
I'm glad you said that.
So his achievements are his achievements apart from him having children.
Right. I'm glad you said that, though, because that's a good segue to my next point. But imagine you're Jeff Bezos, right?
Yes.
You have no kids. You're a multi-billionaire. Now, aside from the wife you just divorced, who you had to give a humongous chunk to, I don't know, you're on a private jet flying somewhere, the jet crash, you're dead. What happens to your money?
No, I get the question that you're asking.
Would you rather your money go to your son or sons or the majority share of Amazon goes to them so they can carry on that legacy under the Bezos name, under that coat of arms, under that name? Or would you rather the shit just get dissolved and it goes to random stakeholders and stockholders and what would you prefer?
It doesn't have to get dissolved, number one. Number two is, if my company, if my children are competent enough to take over, then they could. I still won't call them my legacy. I will call what I created my legacy. That what you're asking me is apart from, and you're making an argument for, does a man want children or not, so that they can carry on his legacy through the company. The children aren't the legacy, the company is, right? So what I'm saying is, I understand the question you're asking me. The answer to that is, if those children are competent enough. I mean, shit, Paris Hilton doesn't run Hilton. She probably never will.
Well,
but Hilton will continue whether Paris Hilton runs it or not. It's not something that you need your children to run. The company is its own entity. It's like what Adam mentioned earlier. Did Joe fall out of here?
I'm back, bro. I'm back, bro. I'm back.
Well, let me ask this question. I mean, because it's like we're talking about Jeff Bezos and people of that level. Does legacy necessarily have to be tied to business, or is it something bigger than that? Now, I mentioned bloodline before, and when you talk about people that have legacies that are directly tied to their bloodline, a lot of times it has nothing to do with business whatsoever.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, let's say the Far East, you got Yip Man. He has a legacy of martial arts. And
I agree.
Worldwide impact. You know what I mean? And that was passed down from son to son to son to son.
Or Gracie or jujitsu with the Gracies.
Right. So it's like legacy is always more or less tied to bloodline than it is to No,
that's not. Listen, you can your legacy can be, is like you said, martial arts. It could be whatever you did that was great.
Right.
Whatever you did that was great. You're saying I'm making it about business because I use businesses as an example.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is, whatever you did to make your mark in the world, right? You come out here, you make your mark in the world. To me, and this is philosophy. So I'm just being philosophical right now. To me, that's your legacy. Whatever you did that's great, whatever people will remember you for. To me, it's low functioning to say, well, I had some kids and they are my legacy.
Well, look at it like this, then, Marcus.
Understand,
I understand what you're saying.
I want to fit. Let me just further add. There's nothing wrong with having kids. There's nothing wrong with being proud of your children. I don't want people to misunderstand me, right? It's like me saying like my crowning achievement is like, I don't know, getting like my Jordan collection, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or my high score in Madden is my legacy, right? Oh, I had some kids, that's my legacy.
Well,
so
I understand what you're saying. I mean, I definitely 100% agree with you in that aspect as far as like having kids. That's like bare minimum.
Right.
My idea of what legacy is like what are you bringing those kids up to do?
Right.
Like for instance, like with my sons, you already know I have a business in automotive performance. My legacy is not my business because if my kids, they have their own ideas, they may want to take up the mantle and carry that on, or not. They're gonna have the skills that I instill in them. But what my legacy will be for them is pretty much to carry my skills on to the next generation, to bring my knowledge into the next generation and capitalize on it. So that's my legacy. And they won't be necessarily tied to my business or my experience with automotive performance or martial arts or anything like that. It'll be that my knowledge and my wisdom won't fade away with just me. It gets passed on through my blood through them.
I'm glad you said that, bro, because
go ahead, because then I'm gonna have to read some comments. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, bro, because that's exactly what I was about to say. The martial arts example was a great example. I do jujitsu, so it made me think about Gracie Jiu-Jitsu. So the original Gracie who created that style of fighting, that man is no longer here. But now when you think about Gracie Jiu-Jitsu, his two sons are carrying that on, and then their sons will carry that on. So you can have an amazing accomplishment, right, Marcus? But say you died, say you lived 70 years old till you were 70. So, you know, you created, I don't know, you created some new EV battery that, you know, cars could run for 1,000 miles on a full charge. You created that. Okay, but you lived till you were 80. So you died at 80. And now they're like, oh, yeah, you know, Marcus Aurelius, he created this amazing fucking battery. And that's that. Now, say.
So the battery's going to disappear if I die and I don't have children?
No. Say you had a son and you taught your son everything that you knew. Okay. And then after you died, your son created his own and it was better than yours.
Okay. But let's
say. Now that legacy will live another 80 years.
So you're saying that only my son can do that?
No,
no. Anybody could do it. You could take on a mentor who's not related to you.
So
but,
in other
words, it
will
no longer be tied to your name at that.
No, it would be. You got listen,
nah, bro.
Hold on, bro. You got companies that exist today,
right?
That there's no family members running the shit, but we know the people's names, right? And again, I don't want nobody to take this as me making an argument for not having children, but we're talking about exclusivities here, right?
Well, what you know is the brand. You guys, bro. You don't know the people. You know,
listen, it doesn't. All that is emotional investment shit. What I'm saying is, right now we're talking about what can or can't happen in or outside of a marriage, and now I guess that discussion has extended to legacy, right?
Right.
Okay, niggas that ain't married got kids.
True.
Right. So Hassani said earlier, he said, you know, all you get a son. We get sons from marriage, nigga. It's a lot of niggas out here with sons that ain't married.
It is more than just having sons. Is what I mentioned before.
No, I
invest in them.
Listen to what I'm saying. Again, I want to make my point clear.
Okay.
Right. Nothing you guys are saying is not true, but it's also true that you can do everything you guys are talking about
without marriage.
And without marriage, and you could do it not only without marriage or even within a marriage and have kids that are incapable of doing any of the shit that you guys are talking about.
This is true.
Right. So having kids and getting married, number one, doesn't guarantee none of this shit we're talking about. Nor is anything we're speaking of exclusive to being married. Okay, none of it, right? None of it. Whatever you want to define as a legacy, none of it is exclusive to marriage at all.
Okay, so let me ask you this, bro.
Yes, sir.
Let's think about I mean, not to keep bringing it to, top echelon 1%er as dudes, but think about all the men who are at the top of their game at whatever that game is, right? Whether we're talking about entertainment, sports, martial arts, business, no matter what it is.
Mm-hmm.
What's the common denominator amongst all those men? One of the common denominators.
You want me to say that they're married?
Most of them will be married, bro.
Okay, most of them will be married, but are you saying that
I'm talking 80, 90%.
So are you debating, are you arguing that marriage produced that or those results? Are you saying that Bezos wouldn't have been Bezos if he wasn't married?
No, but what I am saying is that when you're a man operating at your highest level, unless you're a man who is just of extreme focus and purpose, who's extremely driven, there's something about, and I've heard other married men say this too, and I'm not currently married. I was, but I'm not currently married. But there's something about having a wife for some people, if you have a good wife, that helps you to purport that performance, bro, that highest level. When you're out there just kind of like wilding, now if you just one of those dudes, your sexual what's the word? Discipline is top notch. You know what I'm saying? You might be okay. But for most men, a lot of men get married, bro, to keep their shit on the straight and narrow as well. Mind you, you could cheat, you could do all that other shit, but there's something about that helps motivate you, bro. Like I've listened to speeches and heard Denzel Washington say that. About his wife. I've heard, I could go on and on. I want to keep going, naming examples, but I've heard many men at the top of their game say, you know what, I owe this to my wife. And a lot of it is not just lip service. Some of it is legit.
So before I respond to you, let me read some of these comments, right? Because I'm behind. So Great 19 says, if you have an LLC, you do tax write-offs. All right. So I would argue that there might be other ways that you can get around certain tax situations as a single person, right?
I want to say one more thing about
I gotta, hey bro, let me catch up with hold that thought, bro. Let me catch up with these comments, right? So subscribe and hit the bell. I'd appreciate it, right? So Brandy says some benefits you can't get because of your marital status. It wouldn't matter how much you saved. I want to hear about that, right? Some benefits, like what benefits are those? And I don't want to hear no bullshit. Genghis Khan didn't marry all his baby mamas. Facts. All right. Clutch and Stick says the female I've been dating can only talk about trips abroad. That's $4,000 a pop. Easy. That goes for $10,000 a seat. I don't know what that comment.
He said $10,000 a year. Basically, what he's saying is she's spending frivolously.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what up, O? I see you. What's going on? So Stuart, the night author says, I'm trying to get this. Legacy is tied to how long your name lives after you're gone.
Exactly.
And yeah, but that's what he's saying is bigger than having some kids. There's multiple.
Bro, if your name is walking and living, my bad,
bro. Y'all gotta let me respond to y'all, bro.
My bad,
like,
bro.
I'll let y'all go at length. I gotta make it through these comments.
Go ahead, bro.
Right.
Go ahead.
Legacy is tied to how long your name lives after you're gone. Right. Due to accomplishments. Right. As a man, right? Due to accomplishments as a man. And I agree with what he says, right? So bit of truth. So I'm gonna have my son learn how to tap box. Let's see. When I was married, I had tax deductions, but it was extremely small and not based on income. 1,200 if we made 200K or 40K combined. All right. Ronald Neal says, there's a mad professor, y'all. Children squander legacies. If you listen to the context of what he said children squander legacies. He didn't say the children were the legacy. He said they squandered the legacy. And that's a fact. It happens all the time. You got a lot of people that don't leave shit to their kids because they know that their kids ain't capable of doing the shit. Nikola Tesla has a great legacy, never married, possibly died a virgin. His work has changed all of our lives for the better, and a company named after him. You are now the MVP. Night Raven. Legacy. Something such as property or money that is received from someone who has died. Something that happened in the past that comes from someone in the past. That's the definition, right? So many men of today know not the concept of living to achieve something greater than the self. Facts. Okay. So he says, does Nikola Tesla doesn't have a legacy? No, he made the argument that Nikola Tesla does have a legacy and he did not have children. Does George Washington Carver have a legacy? Nah, good questions. Said you might have low achieving kids. Facts. Said children are an insurance of knowledge transfer as you build them up from inception. I disagree with that. Some dudes got sons and don't know it. That's facts. None of the Hilton family own or run the Hilton empire. The Hilton company was sold, and the remaining Hilton family members got at best 3 to 4 million. Paris Hilton got nothing, and she's worth 400 mil. I appreciate you, Rob, for that information.
But how is she worth 400 mil? Because of her name.
Yeah, but she's not the legacy, bro.
Right, but if her last name was Miller, she would not be worth.
You're not getting the point. You're trying to make her she is not the legacy herself. She lives off the. No, listen. She benefits from the legacy that is the Hilton Hotel Empire. The Hilton Empire is the legacy, and she lives off of that. She herself is not the legacy. Okay?
I agree.
All right, but that's the point that I'm making, right? So Ron O'Neill says, actual facts, 75% of generational wealth is squandered. Okay. The children are not themselves are not the legacy. You don't build children they're the legacy. No, you build a legacy and your children inherit the legacy from you.
Can I say this real quick? I've been trying to hold this book so I don't forget it.
Go ahead. I'm listening to you.
I know I saw it. Yes, you got a bag right there to your left. All right, thanks.
Bay, mute your mic, please, real quick, for a second.
Finally brought me up.
So
yeah, Shane, you were saying?
Yeah, so I was saying, legacy being tied to bloodline, that's something that cannot necessarily be taken from you. For instance, say if you had not so much a company, but maybe an estate or some property or some sort of heirloom or some sort of secret knowledge that's family based that has been passed on for generation.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody has right to it except for the people that carry that name.
That's not the argument.
The Colonel's secret recipe.
Yeah, but were you telling me that only the Colonel died with his secret recipe? He died with it. We still eating that fucking chicken. At the end of the day, come on, man. Y'all kidding me? Listen.
And to my point of that, when you think of the Ford Motor Company, most people think of Henry Ford, but nobody with that name is entitled to that company anymore. The current CEO is Jim Farley.
Actual facts.
Would you say Jim Farley is the Ford Motor Company is his legacy, or is he just carrying taking his turn?
Yeah, he's an employee, bro.
You know what I'm saying?
No, the Ford Motor Company is the legacy of Henry Ford.
Yeah,
I think I'm being very clear with my position on this. Everything you guys are saying does not fly in the face of what I'm saying. I'm saying whatever you build that lives past you, like you mentioned, Tesla.
If your children and grandchildren do not carry on the family business, then yes, they have squandered the legacy. And in all honesty, I mean, Marcus, you're not a football guy, but I am. You see these players, their kids come up, like Jerry Rice's kid. Joe Montana's got 2 sons who play quarterback in college. Walter Payton's son, Frank Gore's son. These motherfuckers do not carry on legacies because they, in all honesty, number one, they don't get it from the mud. All right, they're born with silver spoons in their mouths because their fathers have built the legacy.
Yes,
okay,
but the legacy is not them, correct?
Hold on. So
Right.
the children, they don't work, they don't understand the power of hard work and effort and sweat of their brow and what do they say? Blood, sweat, and tears. They don't understand that. So therefore, they take the legacy that the father or grandfather has done. They take it for granted. They coast through college. Okay, getting people to write their term papers and all that shit. So then when it's time for them to take over the company, what winds up happening? Same thing that happened with Michael Jackson and his music catalog. What did his stupid ass kids do? His adopted kids, what did they do? They sold the shit. Sold the shit for pennies on the dollar.
I get your point, but my question remains: what is in those particular instances? The legacy is not the children. The legacy.
The children are a part of your legacy. They're part of your genetic legacy. But everything that you built and worked for, your company,
y'all are creating terms now.
No, I'm being dead honest. Your children are a part of your legacy. They're part of
your offspring.
Yeah, that's your genetic legacy.
If what I'm saying is, my point is, if your legacy is your children, you ain't leave much.
You left your genetic marker on the world.
That's great. I piss on a tree. That's my legacy. Like dogs leave their legacy. Like, come on, bro. If I shit in the woods, I leave a legacy. Like, come on. That's
legacy. You leave a shit in the woods, but your children are your genetic legacy. We're not
talking about genetic legacies. We're talking about legacies. When people,
that's what I'm talking. That's what I'm talking about.
Your children are your offspring. You just, babe. You just gave me
clear. But your business legacy.
We're not going to argue on here. Listen to what I'm saying.
With you.
I heard what you said. So let me respond to you. You said it. You're going to say it 5 more times. Your children are your genetic legacy. I heard you the first time you said it. You ain't got to say it again. What I'm telling you is, you gave me a few examples of children squandering the legacy. If children are squandering the legacy, that means the children are the children and the legacy is the legacy. Would you agree?
The financial legacy. Everything that you work for outside of your children, of course, that is your legacy. That's your financial legacy.
That's my point.
Yes, your children will. That's what I opened with. All
legacies are financial.
Will squander your financial legacy, just like you have players whose children squander their genetic legacy. So, like you was talking about Paris Hilton. Paris Hilton may be worth $400 million because of her genetic legacy, but the bitch she barely got $10 million to her fucking name. You know what I'm saying? The Kardashians.
We're gonna bring the definition of legacy back on the screen. Okay. Something such as property or money that is received from someone who has died, or 2, something that happened in the past or that comes from someone in the past.
Like a child.
Okay, no, that's offspring. So that means hold on. So that every baby daddy busting nuts and women are leaving legacies. Like this let me finish the point, because when you're talking about something, when you're using the word legacy, and again, this live is entitled, and no disrespect to nobody, but this is fuck your feelings. This is critical thinking,
for sure.
The fact that us as black men are calling offspring legacies says a whole lot to me in terms of what we think leaving our mark on the world is.
Right.
There's things that you die and you leave the world that are great, that changes lives, that changes the game, right? Everybody's not going to do that, but you might create something that your family can eat off.
Can I give you an example, bro? That just popped in my head.
So Okay, so understand that thing is the legacy, and your family lives off of that. Your family itself, if you
Lives off
call
of that.
that the legacy, then again, that is something that is very achievable to anybody with sperm.
All right, so let me give you an example that just popped in my head based on the point you just made, bro.
Okay.
Okay, follow me here. Track with me. You're a dad. You're a dad who grew up in a bad neighborhood. You was in and out of jail. You was an alcoholic. You was a drug addict. You was a street nigga, hustler, pimp, whatever. You give birth to a child.
Okay.
That child becomes Kevin Hart, arguably the most successful comedian of our time.
Okay.
And he turns around and not only takes care of you, but takes care of his whole family, creates an entire brand. He becomes a mogul. And now there's this legacy.
So that's Kevin
Is
Hart's
Kevin
legacy.
Hart not that crackhead dad's legacy? Did he not give Kevin Hart to the world, who is now a legacy in and of himself?
Hey, let me answer that one.
No, he asked me, man.
Okay. All right, go ahead. My bad.
Yo, we got to get some order to these conversations, man. Real shit.
What you say about that, bro?
So my answer is, have you seen Kevin Hart's father?
I've seen him on TV. I mean, I've never met the man in person.
No, that's fine. We know what Kevin's father looks like.
Right.
It's not his legacy. That's Kevin's legacy.
But he created Kevin.
No, that doesn't mean shit. It's Kevin's legacy. Mm-hmm. You can't attribute Kevin's accomplishments to his father, who wasn't there. No, that's not his. Okay, so that's the answer to your question. What Kevin Hart has built is Kevin's legacy. Nobody's gonna look at Kevin's dad like, "Ooh, look what Kevin's dad built from shooting up in his mom's." No, that is Kevin's legacy. That is a result of his hard work and his actions and his talent and his skill.
I agree.
So you don't extend that to another man by virtue of, oh, you're my child, so therefore what you do is now my legacy. If I have a child and they invent, I don't know, the teleportation machine, then my child's legacy is the teleportation machine. The teleportation machine doesn't, by virtue of that man being my son, become my legacy. Again, hold on. That crackhead or whatever drugs that Kevin Hart's father was on, if you want to call Kevin his legacy,
that's what I was saying.
If his legacy, you can call a person a legacy if you want to. I just showed the definition and y'all are still debating with me about it. But if you want to call having a child your legacy, you didn't do anything great. The child did. Kevin Hart's father accomplished nothing except for conception.
Exactly.
That's not great. That's not a great thing. And that's my point is, if your legacy is that you got some chick pregnant, la dee da.
Right, but if
whatever your child does
pregnant,
has nothing.
We would not have that person, bro.
Whatever your child does has nothing to do with you. That is their legacy.
I think
your logic is fallacious, bro. You can't say that this man who shot a load into a woman, now he's great and he has a legacy because his child is great. No, that doesn't work, bro. Then that means anybody in any lineage, if down the line somebody did something great, that means that that is the legacy of everybody that came before them. That doesn't make sense, man. That doesn't make sense.
I think people are getting progeny confused with legacy. You know, progeny is just offspring. Anybody can have that. Legacy is the children combined with some sort of body of work. If there's no work there, it's just offspring.
But you can have a body of work without kids and have a legacy. We just gave you multiple examples. Nikola Tesla did not have children, but he has a legacy, and we see it. It's apparent in our face. You know who the man is.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Actually, he doesn't. Nikola Tesla created a technology that inspired Elon Musk. The company Tesla was founded by Elon Musk. The only thing it has in common with Nikola Tesla is the name, which Elon Musk gave.
Are you saying that there's nothing in the world that we benefit from as a result of Nikola Tesla? He didn't invent nothing.
No. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying.
Okay, so then that's his legacy, bro.
No. What we know Nikola Tesla for, bro. Nobody even knew who. People did not even know. People, the common person. Let me say the common person. Nerds like me knew who.
That's not a qualification,
bro. Nerds like me knew who he was, but nobody even knew who Nikola Tesla was until Tesla, the car company, came out.
Okay,
that's when Tesla became.
That's not a qualification for legacy. Qualification for legacy is what he left that we still benefit from. I don't care if Joe Blow created some shit. If he created Scott Tissue, if Joe Scott created Scott Tissue, and I don't know Joe Scott's name, right? But if everybody in here wipes their ass with Joe Scott Tissue, then Scott Tissue is his legacy. We don't have to know him. He left a mark. He left his mark. We just agreed that he left his mark on the world. You guys are trying to tie legacy to children, and it's not working,
bro.
And then you're going back to even further saying all of this is exclusive results of matrimony, and that doesn't work. None of it works.
I didn't say it was exclusive, bro.
But you're saying that children is legacy, and children, if you call a child your legacy, and you can, if you're proud of your child and you that's my legacy, just understand that it is my opinion that if that's what you're leaving in the world as your legacy, then you are a low achiever, because there are legacies that are great. These things that we're talking about, you're talking about, the Kevin Harts and the Teslas and this and that. And there are inventions that we use all the time that Tesla invented. And you're saying, well, the average person, that it doesn't matter. His legacy is his creations, his inventions, and the things that he left behind that we deal with. Fame is not a qualification for legacy. The average person, if you're making the argument that an average Joe can have a legacy through their children, but now you're making Tesla's legacy of fame a requirement for his legacy,
it's not.
You're contradicting yourself, because
I get what you're saying, bro, and I completely agree with you. But Nikola Tesla, for people who know, his primary legacy was his work on alternating current. So the electricity that runs through your house, every time you plug up an appliance, the way that current flows through the house, he was the curator of that. But when you hear the word,
we know that,
but when you hear the word Tesla, people think of the car company.
It doesn't matter what they think. At the end of the day, the man has been dead how many years?
A lot of years.
Okay. The man who named his car company after Tesla knew, because of his legacy. You name a company after a man because of that man's accomplishments. So the man has a legacy enough to have a car company named after him. So you're trying to say that this man doesn't have a legacy because he doesn't have children. That point fails, bro. It doesn't wash, because me and you and everybody in the chat are speaking this man's name. None of us ever met him. It's been years since he was dead. And, these very devices that we're communicating over are running on his current. That's a legacy and a half, bro. No children, no marriage necessary. Why doesn't that point drive it home? Why not?
Can I say something? Because I think what I've been saying just keeps getting lost. Like, children are children, legacy is legacy. The traditionally, let me use that word, traditionally, legacy, the word legacy is tied to something getting passed down within a family.
No, it's not.
No, I said traditionally.
No, it's not.
I didn't say always.
No, but no, it's not. No, it's not. That's what we have come to define it as, because that's what we like to call it. I know a lot of niggas in the hood, they got legacies then.
No. You're looking at it, you're looking at things only one dimensionally. I've already mentioned.
No, I said it. I said it already. You can call whatever you want your legacy. Just understand, if that thing isn't great, then you're not aspiring to much.
No.
You understand what I'm saying? If your
I
legacy
understand what
is
you're saying, but
if your legacy is that you gave out turkeys on Thanksgiving every year, then okay, cool, big shit.
No. I understand what you're saying, but you're not trying to understand what I'm saying.
I get it.
No. Let me finish.
Okay.
You only looked at it from a point of view of production or business.
No, I said no. See, this is why I keep jumping in, because you're misrepresenting what I'm saying. It doesn't have to be a business. It doesn't have to be. Whatever you leave behind in this world, your mark in this world, that again, right now, AC current is not a business. It's a thing that we use.
Mm-hmm.
Like Adam McTowell said earlier, he said George Washington Carver left a legacy. Mm-hmm. No children, no lineage. It's something that we still benefit, it still exists, and we still use it today. That is the legacy. The legacy is the thing that you create that lives on, not your children. Your children can fuck that up, like Bay said.
I never said that. No,
I'm not saying that you did. I'm saying it. I'm
just trying to make my point, and that's what's getting lost.
No, but you keep saying that you're misrepresenting me while making your point. You're saying what I'm limiting it to that, and I've already said you can call your kids your legacy if you want to, but that's not a great thing. You can do that. You can call.
I'm not even talking about that though. That's my point.
So go ahead. I'm gonna let you misrepresent me again, but this time I ain't gonna interrupt.
I'm not trying to misrepresent you. I'm trying to say what I'm saying, because you keep going back to what you said, and I don't disagree with that.
Because you keep saying I made it about a business, and I'm limiting it to a business.
Because that's what you were talking about recently.
No, I said I just explained to you again.
Business. I mean, not Nikola Tesla, the car company Tesla. That's a business, right?
It's an example of a legacy.
Yeah, you made that example, so I'm trying to make my example.
I didn't make
that was me, bro. I made
that wasn't my example.
Okay. So I'm trying to talk about something else. I'm talking about things. When I say traditionally, I mean things that literally get passed down within a family. And I've already mentioned multiple things. They could be martial arts is one example, but there are other things that don't go like that are not worldwide known, because those are things that are just within that family. That's those things that I'm talking about. Okay. Legacies don't necessarily have to be this grand thing that changes the world. It's something that spans the test of time and lasts generations.
Understood.
Are you talking about like grandma's sweet potato pie recipe, bro?
No, I ain't talking about that.
Okay. No, I'm just saying, because that could be a legacy. That could be a legacy too.
It could be, yeah. But I mean, you would have to be involved with other cultures to really kind of get the point that I'm trying to point to.
No, to make the point, bro. You got the floor all day.
Yeah.
So far, you said nothing that I challenge. Just understand that the level of your legacy, right, of what you call a legacy, will be critiqued. Understand? You can call, the way. Look, I make an excellent breakfast. Bitches know.
Okay,
I make an excellent breakfast. Bitches know. And if Brandy is in this motherfucker, she knows I make an excellent fucking breakfast. So
now, people gonna know about your breakfast?
No. Let me finish the point.
Okay.
If I want to call my breakfast my legacy, I could. It's my legacy that I make a great breakfast.
It is if you open up a restaurant and you get known for
if I open up a restaurant, yes, blah. But we're not talking again. Don't modify the point that I'm making. I'm leaving it at me just making good breakfast. Now, see, you're trying to build upon my example. Don't do that. What I'm saying to you is, if my talent just making breakfast in the crib, right? Nothing else. No restaurant, nothing grandiose. Just I make good breakfast. Motherfuckers come. Ooh, this is good. Ooh.
Right.
If I say, well, that's my legacy. My legacy is good pancakes and syrup.
I've been to family cookouts, bro, where granddad has been dead for 30 years, but pops is making granddad's ribs.
That's great.
And no, listen.
And the
family is like proud. They love
great.
it. They're
that's
like,
great.
just like granddad's.
Cool.
I think that could be an example of a legacy. I mean, yes,
I'm not saying no. See, what you guys are not understanding.
What's up?
Is this? I didn't say what you can't call a legacy, except children. I think children are whack to call a legacy. You can call again. I've said it. I've said it. No. I didn't say what you said. I'm saying this. I'm saying it is my position that if you, I'm sure the guys in the chat are tired of hearing me say this. If you want to call your children your legacy, you can. But nobody gives a fuck them kids. Fuck them kids. They're your kids. You think they're great. Nobody cares. They're just some more people in the world. They're offspring. He said it. He said progeny. Okay. But if you consider because a legacy is the thing you left behind. And that if that thing is, oh, I had some kids.
So
fucking shit.
All right. So let me ask you this, bro. So we defined, so wait. I'm gonna combine the concepts and let's see if in jail with me. And mind you, though, we fam, bro. So I'm not disagreeing with you anything like that. I'm just trying to introduce some alternate perspectives.
Oh, one real quick, Rob. I wish you could get in here, but go ahead, sir. I'm listening.
Okay,
Joe.
so let's say, so like brother, right now he says, having children is legacy. The panel is bogus. I mean, come on, bro, have an open mind. But here we go. Let's just say so we say legacy is accomplishment or something you left behind, right? Mm-hmm. Now, what if that accomplishment is knowledge that you've instilled and nurtured and cultivated? For instance, like what Will Smith just won an Oscar for. He won an Oscar for playing a man who instilled the knowledge, the motivation, pushed tennis into two daughters, one of which had become the best tennis player in the world, female tennis player in the world.
Okay.
Are those daughters not his legacy? Because there would not be them. And I'm not talking about him giving birth. I'm not talking about him shooting up the club.
I get it.
I'm talking about the lessons, the teachings,
I want you to,
the motivation.
I want you guys to know that you are asking me the same question repeatedly.
No, but what I'm saying is him teaching that, giving them that knowledge, is that not an accomplishment?
So let me give you the same answer that I've been given for the past 30 minutes.
Go ahead.
Are you ready for it?
Bro, hear me out though.
I've heard you.
Because he didn't, because this is different from the Kevin Hart.
Explain it some more because you think I don't understand.
No, bro, this is different from the Kevin Hart thing. Because the Kevin Hart thing, you just shot up the club, right? You just shot up the club. Like you said, Kevin Hart's dad.
I get it, fam.
Right. Kevin Hart's dad had no play in Kevin Hart's talent. But Serena and Venus's dad had everything to do with their talent.
Okay.
Does that make it a little different?
Okay. Are you ready for the answer yet? Or do you want to continue to ask me the question that I already understand?
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. The knowledge that he gave to those women. And in this particular case, they applied it and they became great.
Mm-hmm.
If he wants to, and this is for the 31st, 4th, and 5th time,
mm-hmm.
If he wants to call that what he did for them and what he made them into,
mm-hmm.
his legacy, to the point where they made a film about it, that's fine for the 40th time.
But it's not a legacy.
No, but let me no, bro. When you're answering the question, or am I?
Go ahead, brother.
The answer is If he wants to call that a legacy, that's fine. Right? Is it a great thing he did? Yes. And that is a unique example. If you want to make those examples, you can also make similar example for Joe Jackson and the Jacksons.
Yes, you can. And
yes, you can.
All
right, so let me help you along before you give me 80 other examples that mimic what you just said.
Go ahead.
Okay, if he wants to call that his legacy, he's free to do it. That, again, and I started off by saying all this for me is philosophical, right? So what he did was a great thing. I would say that qualifies to me as a legacy because he left a thing and he created something great. But like you said, you're saying, oh, I ain't talking about the actual conception or the skeet or the whatever. That's what you said.
Right. I'm talking about what he did.
But that's what niggas are calling legacies on average. They're calling the simple act of skeeting and creating a birth a legacy. You're giving me an example of not that, of something else.
Right.
To push the idea that the former is also a legacy.
No.
Let me finish.
Right.
Because in the beginning of this, we started, well, children could be a legacy. You could call them a legacy if you want. I could call an Egg McMuffin a legacy. I can call anything I want a legacy to me. And like Adam said earlier, he said legacy is a vain. And to some degree, I agree with him, especially when the legacy is more emotionally tied to how you feel and your sentimental attachment to it than what it's really doing for the world or for your family. It doesn't have to be like Shane said, something big or great for the world, but it has to be something that you leave behind that is like he posted the definition, property or something that people are benefiting from or is long lasting, lives past you, whatever.
Right.
The greater legacies are things that are complex, elaborate, and things that affect a great many people. And simple ass legacies is Fruit Quan, my son. So if you want to call Fruit Quan your legacy, you are entitled to do so. Nobody gives a fuck. And that's what I'm saying. It's a low achieving, and what some of these hoteps might call is low vibrating, right? Is okay.
Low vibrational, right.
So you created a child.
And
big shit. Big shit. My legacy is my child. Like, so what? And be proud of your child. But the rest of the world is not affected. This is what you care about. This is your thing. If that is your legacy and you're proud of it, that's cool. But it's not a thing that you're leaving. This is your mark. Your greatest mark in the world is that you had a kid. Okay. That's what I'm saying. Like, let me read some comments, man. I'm falling behind on these comments. So say, if your children expand on your legacy, that's just expansion. But having children is not a legacy. This channel opposes. Marcus has a point. I agree. I appreciate the agreement. We should clip these last 30 minutes. Legacy lives on. This panel is giving me underachiever, non-ambitious babble. So we got a super chat here. Useless Familiar. Shout out to Useless Familiar. Honest question. Does greatness have to be tied to legacy? If I plant a tree that lasts 500 years, does that count? No. Yes. Your legacy does not have to necessarily be tied to greatness. If you want to call it your legacy, like if I leave my children a house, because it said earlier, right?
Right.
It said earlier that you leave kid's property. It's
Right.
not something. It's not great, but you're leaving a thing.
Right.
You're leaving the thing behind.
That
You're
could
leaving your
potentially be-
children the legacy, not your children are the legacy. No, you're leaving your children the legacy. I want to scroll up. I want to read my man Rob's my man Rodimus's comment up here, because he made a couple comments that I skipped by. He says the Ford family owns a minority of the company but maintains a controlling interest in the company. The family still gets paid by the Ford company, right? Her grandfather disowned her. He's talking about Paris Hilton. She built her own legacy. Yes, she used her grandfather's name, but she's a self-made millionaire. Just saying. And none of the Hilton family own or run the Hilton empire. So that is a legacy that would be here, regardless of, if oh, you got it, brother. If these people had children or not. Your legacy does not have to be carried by your children. And I think we've given enough examples of that in this conversation. Rob, I'm going to drop that link for you. Jump on in here.
I just want to be clear, because I think I was getting lumped in with everyone else's opinions. And I was actually trying to mention that thing when you was talking about a house. Like say I build a house and I have a family, and in that house we have a whole bunch of memories, and we create memories and have stories, and then those stories tied to that house and the family get passed down to the next generation. And then the next generation, they learn about how the house came about. They learn that I built it. They learn who lived in it. They learned about all the events that took place. And, maybe this house is standing for 200 years. That's my legacy. Now, did that change the world?
No, what's your legacy? You got to be specific.
He agreed with you.
I'm trying to get to that. I'm just trying to explain all this.
No. I'm asking you questions for clarification, Shane. So when you say that's my legacy, what is that in your story? Be specific.
Well, I'm trying to be specific.
It's the house.
Every time I get interrupted, it kind of.
I'm not interrupting you, bro. I'm asking you a question. You said that is your legacy.
I'm getting there.
Oh, okay, man.
All right. Because I want you to understand that I'm not saying.
I want to understand. That's why I'm asking.
Okay. Now I fucked up. It fucked up my train of thought.
I get what you're saying, bro. What he's saying,
I get what he's saying too.
The house is the legacy.
But he said a bunch of he didn't say the house was the legacy. He went on and talked about the memories and all of this and all that. I want to know what part of that is the legacy, unless it's all the legacy.
I'm
asking you a question, bro.
It's all of that shit.
It's all of it, and that's what I was saying. Traditionally, okay, I understand there is more than one type of legacy. But I was, like I said in the beginning, I was trying to illustrate something different than what everybody else was saying. That's what I was saying from the beginning.
I could dig it.
Okay.
Because in the beginning, when I was saying that a legacy could be tied within the family, within the bloodline, this is the stuff I was talking about. But I kept getting shot down and lumped in with everyone else.
Bro, nobody's lumping you in. What you did earlier was, when you started to speak, you told me what I was telling people legacies were. And I've said 80 times in the chat, people in the chat, I want you to chat. I want you to press the number 1 for the amount of times I said in this discussion that you can call anything you want your legacy. Press 1 if you've heard me say. Press 1 for every time you've heard me say that tonight.
And again, I wasn't disagreeing with you.
No, but you said no. You did disagree.
With what you said.
You said earlier that I made a legacy about a business, or I made it about it having to be great. I didn't
say you made it about. I said you were talking about.
No. Bro, we're on tape, right? But
yeah,
I'm gonna say this. Let me just respond to what you just said. And nobody stopped you from talking. What I'm saying to you is what you just described. If you want to call that your legacy, you can.
Can I say something real quick? What's good, bro?
Hey, finally, motherfucker.
What's good, bro?
Yo, wait, hold on. Before we go, I gotta give you an introduction. Hey, Shane, hey, what is that? What was Joe Paparazzi? Joe Paparazzi, I appreciate you coming in and contributing to the discussion. You know what I'm saying? You know, you had some things to say, and I appreciate you coming in. Blacklight Revelations, Roberado, my man. I follow this man on YouTube. Joe Paparazzi. He fell out of here. I thought he was done.
Here, bro. I'm here, bro.
Okay, so I'm gonna talk to my man Rob. All right, Rob. I'm thinking Rob is about to drop a bomb, right? But check it out. This is my man Rob, Blacklight Revelations. If you're not aware of who this guy is, follow his channel. I follow him. It's entertaining as a motherfucker. Right? He talk a lot of shit like I do. So
real shit, like, just so y'all know, like, me and Marcus relationship, like, Marcus is the homie, but me and Marcus is them cats that'll be at the bar and like we best friends, but we'll be debating some shit and you'll be like, yo, these niggas finna fight, and it's like, man, we ain't finna fight. Like, this is my nigga, you know what I'm saying? That's me and Marcus. So like, it's not like I'm calling up on no, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just finna agree to agree. Like, it's not that. It's not that.
We disagree on we see eye to eye, then we don't, then we do, then we don't. So Rob,
I can dig it.
Kick it.
All I'm about to say is, if you check out the dictionary definition of legacy, right? Because Marcus, if you pay attention to what he's been saying the whole stream, the only thing that Marcus has been saying is that a legacy is not a child. And right. I agree with that 100%.
I agree with it too.
So now, if you read the dictionary definition, the first definition is the amount of money or property left to somebody in a will. And the second definition is the long-lasting impact of particular events, actions, etc., that took place in the past or of a person's life. Now, if you check out what I've been saying in the comments, one of the things that I said is pasteurization, right? It's named after a guy named Pasteur.
Louis Pasteur.
Louis Pasteur, who created a process that we still use today in order to sterilize or get a lot of bacteria out of milk and dairy products. Another legacy would be something like Walmart. Walmart has left the Walton family not only a lot of money, but also the purchasing process that they use as far as wholesale purchasing and small unit prices based on that as a retail process. So like,
and they're the largest retailer in the world.
And they're the largest retailer in the world, right? So like, my thing is, I think it's just a little bit of miscommunication, but like, as far as what Marcus has been saying, in my opinion, from what I'm seeing, it really shouldn't be no debate as far as from Marcus's position, because the only position that he's held is that a legacy is not indicative of a child. And I agree with that 100%.
Yeah,
I can dig it.
So with that said, you guys can ask me about a million other examples. Yo, so Marcus, so check this out. What if you got a dog, right? And your dog can talk because you taught it how to talk. Is that a legacy? Like,
that's a bad example, bro. That's a bad example.
It's a bad example, but I'm being ridiculous on purpose.
You know why?
Understand this, bro.
Right.
At the end of the day, and I've said it, and the brothers won it to death.
Mm-hmm.
Anything you want to claim is your legacy. Now, mind you, we already did the definition.
Right. I could.
We did it. We overdid the definition. And my man says Marcus has undoubtedly proved his point. Can we all move on to the next subject? And soon we will do that. But my man Rob said, and he properly represented my position, which rarely happens, and we got to have Rob in this motherfucker more often.
You know I'm here, bro. I'll be in the comments.
He illustrated mine with that third definition. So I mean, that's what I was trying to point to.
But Shane, you said traditionally and then you gave an example of what you viewed it as defined as traditionally, and that's incorrect. Now, what I'm saying is, I'm not telling gentlemen in respect, irrespect to the definition, I'm not telling men what they can or can't call their legacies. So if you want to call your kid your legacy, or you want to call your house your legacy, and your memories and all of that, sentimental stuff that you referred to, if you want to call that your legacy, you can do so. So when you presented that to me, I didn't say, no, Shane, that's not a legacy. I didn't say that. I'm telling you what I didn't say. I'm not telling you what you did or didn't say, or what you can't call a legacy. And again, this has been my position. And Rob said earlier, he said, I've been saying children are not a legacy. I hold that position. And I also say, if you decide to call children a legacy, cool. Because again, I said earlier, this is philosophical. I'm not arguing facts and this and that, although we've already posted the definition like 8 times. What I'm saying is, if you view your children as your legacy, you ain't shooting high enough. And I sit there with that forever. Legacy is not tied to children. We've proved that a gazillion times. There are people with legacies with no children. There are people with legacies that have children, and their children are not running the legacy or carrying it on. So in that respect, I think you guys' point to that effect has kind of been debunked now.
So
it's cool, but I'm just saying, like, tying, you said legacy has been tied to lineage. No, it doesn't necessarily have to be that. In many cases, it's not. What else is there for you to tell me? Or how many other examples are you going to try to ask me to try to prove that it is?
Well, are you saying that is never tied to lineage?
I never said that.
Okay, because that was the perspective that I was arguing for. I never said that it was always.
No, but what I'm saying is, hold on. So
what I was saying was more related to that third definition that he had gave.
Again, call what you will your legacy. If I say if you want to call your children your legacy, or your lineage your legacy, again, call it that. Again, you're not using the definition, but I'm good with it.
Right. But and then also, I don't think, like, I don't want to like call you by your avatar, bro, but I don't know your name. So
That's
man
Adam
with
MGTOW.
Adam MGTOW. Okay. So Adam MGTOW, I think what you're saying, and I think it's kind of getting lost in translation. I agree with Marcus that a child is not indicative of legacy. If I have a child, that's not a legacy. However, if I'm doing something and I pass that knowledge down to my child, and that my child continues that legacy or expands it, it's still not the child. It's the information or the process that I pass down. So even though the child is expanding it or keeping it alive, it's not the child that's the legacy. It's the idea or process that I created. For example, say, for instance, there's some shareholders in Disney. Walt Disney is the man. Disney is who we know. If it's his family that's keeping it alive, they're continuing the legacy.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? And I think that that's where it's kind of getting lost in translation, because I agree with what Marcus is saying. And I think you're just expanding on what Marcus is saying. But what Marcus says still holds true. It's not the child that's the legacy. Because if Disney wasn't an animator and he had kids, and they decided to work at McDonald's, or if they decided to become an electronic engineer, they wouldn't be expanding that legacy of Disney. But if they take up the torch, if he passes that torch to them, or they decide to take it up, then they're continuing and expanding that legacy. You see what I'm saying?
The funny thing is, these gentlemen, they have said exactly what you're saying throughout this discussion, but then they are trying to use that to say and regurgitate the idea that the children themselves are the legacy. The children, even if they continue the legacies, just like you said, if I pass a hammer to a child, the child doesn't become the hammer. The hammer's the hammer.
Right. Like you can, as for that example, you could use Thor. Like Thor is Eric Masterson in the Marvel comics, right? But it's not necessarily that hammer that passes the legacy. There has to be a person who the hammer interacts with. And then once that person interacts with the hammer, they continue that legacy of taking on the Thor mantle. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's not necessarily, it's again, it's the process. It's not just necessarily Eric Masterson. Eric Masterson could have a son, but that son may not be qualified to be Thor. You see what I'm saying? So like what Mark is saying, it still holds. It's not, you can have a child, but that child does not guarantee a legacy or transfer of a legacy.
I could dig that.
But the legacy is the thing being transferred.
Right.
There's the thing that is not the child. In Shane's example, he said, my house and the memories, all of those things are the legacy, not necessarily the kids. Now you're saying, can you, he's talking about lineage. You can pass your legacy to lineage, or you can pass it to a chairman of the board.
Back to your neighbor.
Back to your neighbor, whoever the fuck you want. Your dog, Leona Helmsley, left a bunch of shit to her dogs or cats or whatever the fuck.
Right.
But the legacy is not the children. But if you want to call, again, I'll submit again that if you want to call legacy, your children, your legacy, you can do that. But I'm not impressed. That's what my point is, that I'm not impressed. If your greatest thing that you've given to the world is your kids, right? If your name isn't Richard Williams and your name isn't Joe Jackson, because the thing that he gave to the children is his legacy, not the kids. And you even said as much when you said, oh, I'm not attributing the legacy to him getting his wife pregnant with these daughters. You're saying the work itself, the knowledge, what he passed,
the work he put in,
that's the legacy, not the children.
Right. Arguably, he created 2 tennis champions. So yes.
So now check this out. So now
what's up?
And I'll go with that. And then what they done in the game is also their legacy, right?
Correct.
Right. Kevin Hart's father didn't do what Richard Williams did. He didn't take him to the fucking comedy club or tell him how to tell jokes and give him timing and all this other shit. That didn't happen. Right. So again, that doesn't work in that example. The Richard Williams example makes more sense. The Joe Jackson example makes more sense. But at the end of the day, niggas in the hood with kids talking about their legacy, nah.
Right.
And that's what I've been saying. And it took me this long to say it. But let's this was interesting, actually, because I've been saying this a long time, and it got Rob on the show. Right. and none of and like my man Adam said, and back to the beginning of it, because this is where we began, none of that is exclusive to marriage. All this legacy talk, all this children talk, all this passing down and blah, you can do without walking down the aisle, signing a marriage certificate and all of that shit. None of that is exclusive. So please submit something else.
I think the only thing that's exclusive to marriage is a tax, is different tax rates. I think that's the only thing that's, quote, exclusive to marriage. But even those tax rates, they're exclusive to marriage, but that's only set by the IRS. You still, if you end up getting divorced, like what you said, divorce is exclusive to marriage, which is true, because if you don't get married, you're not going to get divorced. Tax rates and divorce are the only thing, in my opinion, that's exclusive to marriage. I don't know really what else there would be possibly that's exclusive to marriage.
So I'm going to ask you, Rob, now that you're in here. I asked someone else earlier. I think it was you, Joe, right?
It was, bro.
I asked Joe, if I was to work as hard as a married man, the same hours, like, let's say I hypnotized myself into thinking I had 4 or 6 kids or 4 or 6 people to care for. And I took all that money I wasn't spending on my family and invested it in, you know, compound interest and all of that shit. When I come out better than those tax benefits?
Absolutely. And you don't have the opportunity cost of whatever you might end up paying in divorce. And what do they call that? When you have to pay for alimony, and you could possibly end up having to pay child support. Yeah, absolutely.
What I'm paying for now, my daughter's dorm rent, tuition, meal plans. You ain't got to pay for all that. And it's a pretty penny, bro.
So let's the word of the day, or the phrase that pays for today is opportunity cost. Let's put that on the screen. Opportunity cost. Opportunity cost. Right? Because since this is where we're living as far as this tax benefit, the opportunity cost that you kind of give up the opportunity of the you know, the money that you could otherwise use to do things, but that you have to use to support the family. The tax benefit is of little incentive for all the other things that may happen to you negatively in a marriage, right? Financially, we talk about financially, no emotional shit, right? Just financially in a marriage, right?
Right.
So, you know, one thing is there's risks in both, but I would say, you know, if you do S&P and all, you know, all this other shit, it's pretty much a good rate of return. You know, you go into the real estate, all the money that you'll have to do proper things with, and then that you don't have to risk losing in a divorce.
True.
Right. So, you know, again, the debate that we were having, me, Adam MGTOW, and Muwata on Facebook, and, you know, he was talking about the, you know, on paper that married men make more, without addressing why that happens, the same way women leave out the nuances of the wage gap, the same way white supremacists leave out the nuances of crime and socioeconomics. They point to numbers without telling us the why, right? Because the why is important.
Mm-hmm.
Rob, I want you to give me your, because I have my own, your explanations, because he said the other benefit was that married men live longer.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about that?
Married men live longer?
Yeah, they live longer.
Statistically.
What's the evidence on that? Because usually in most cases women far outlive men.
Yep.
And I'm in healthcare, and in most cases when I deal with couples, usually the husband or the man usually dies first. So I before I would attack that question, I'd have to ask you where your source is for that, because I don't think that men outlive women. Women usually
not that they outlive women, but they outlive single men.
Oh, yes.
You know what? I don't know. I'd still have to see some statistics before I answer that. I'm not familiar with that. I don't know if that's actually true or not.
I mean, I might be shooting off the hip, but I would think one of the reasons might be because you probably don't take as many risks, bro. When you're married,
you say you don't take as many risks. You don't think that marriage itself is a risk?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about risks that could potentially cause your death prematurely. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Like what?
Like, are you saying like single men are reckless?
Bro, hear me out. If you're a married man and say you have a healthy marriage, like you're an average Joe, you go to work, you come home, right? When you're single, you out in the streets more, bro.
Are you? Or is that who's out in the streets more?
Most single men, if you're not married, you're spending
what would you be out in the streets doing? You wouldn't be working on your career and doing your 9 to 5 and trying to move up in a corporation. Why would you be in the street?
Everybody doesn't do that, bro. I'm talking about everybody. I'm not talking about, the corporate men who work corporate lives.
I mean, you don't have to be a corporate person. You could be working at a factory and just trying to get a supervisory position. That's not corporate.
Right. But if you're not going home to a wife, and I'm not
like don't get it twisted. I'm not like saying I'm a proponent of marriage or any of that. I'm just a man who's been married and I've learned some lessons from that. But what I'm saying, if you are a single, first of all, we live more dangerous lives, period. We work more dangerous jobs.
When I was single, what I did for the most
ahead.
part was work on my education and work on trying to improve my financial standing. I didn't really care about being in the street. There was nothing for me to be in the street for. I wasn't trying to live that kind of life.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand. When you say
But
be in the
that's-
street, what exactly do
but
you mean
that's-
being in the street? Because there's a lot of aspects to being in the street.
Right. But that's you though, bro. You can't take your
But what I'm
personal
asking you though is what are
narrative.
you saying? What qualifies as quote being in the street? What are you talking about?
I mean, you just said a lot of guys be out in the street too.
Bro, a lot of guys are in the street, man. Why do you think when we look at the murder rates, just murder rates around the country of black men, whether we're talking about major metropolitan cities, and when we're talking about impoverished inner cities, we're talking about New Orleans, we're talking about Chicago, we're talking about Dallas. You think these dudes are getting shot sitting on their couches?
But 65.
No, I think they're shot in the process of doing exactly what they're doing, criminal activity.
They're not all doing criminal activity.
Not
bro.
all of them, but a large percentage are.
65.
And the person that's actually doing the crime, that's doing the shooting, is doing the criminal activity.
But my point is they're in the streets. That's my whole point.
And also there's probably about 50-50 spread of people who are in those inner city areas that you're talking about versus people that aren't. So like what I'm saying is,
let me ask Joe a question. Joe, are you saying that the point that you're making in a minute, I'm gonna have Adam MGTOW come in here because I already know he about to come with some fucking data statistical shit, right?
And that's always good. Go ahead, bro.
But before he does that,
yeah,
I want your position to be clear before he starts talking. Are you saying that the majority of single men are in the streets getting shot at? And
that is not what I'm saying.
What I want, because again, I'm not trying to misrepresent you. I want clarity.
What I am saying is, and like I said before I started talking, I said this is my theory, and I'm not applying it to. I can't apply it to anecdotes because what brother was just talking about when he said he was, working on his education. I mean, I'm that guy. I mean, I'm working on a PhD right now. So my story is
where are you drawing your data from?
I said it's a theory, bro. Before I started talking, I said this is a theory.
So it's
my theory is like why married men live longer than single men. My theory is if you're a man and you're married, especially if you have kids, you probably spend more time in the house with your family or doing family shit. Or
can I ask you a question about your theory? Does your theory work if you apply it to how your life went?
Yes, it does. Because I was married and I was married for 10 years.
But you said you don't want to use anecdotes. You're using yourself as one.
Right. No, and I also mean like as far as and I also mean pre-marriage. Like
right,
were you in the streets like involved in activity that could have got you killed?
Hell yes, I was. Because I grew up in Watts in South Central in the 80s.
So are you drawing from personal experience?
Because you grew up in Watts, because you grew up in Watts,
I'm not drawing from
make
personal,
that choice?
Bro.
Did you make that choice to be involved in those activities, or could you have been involved in other things? Because that's a choice. I grew up in the hood too. I live in the hood now, and I never involved myself in that kind of stuff. So my thing, and I'm not trolling you, bro. So I don't want you to think I'm being disrespectful or anything. I'm seriously asking you so I can get a handle on your theory. Are you saying that the majority of people who grow up in that environment make the choice to engage? Now, everybody knows that in those areas, you see stories all the time where people get killed, hit with random bullets. I understand that. I trust me. I get it. But the majority of people that does not happen to. So what I'm asking is the high likelihood situations, like were you out there trying to make fast money, or like what were you doing? Like that's what I'm asking.
I was gangbanging. I was doing stupid shit.
Okay.
But my point is this, and I think like if we really think about it, it's pragmatic. If you're married and you have a family, you tend to be a bit calmer, bro. Like I mean, if you're if you're married in the traditional sense, we all know that there's shitty husbands, shitty wives. There's dudes who married and still be outside or whatever. We all know that. But in the idealistic sense, if you're married
and you're focused and you're driven and your main purpose or one of your main purposes in life is taking care of your family and your kids, you're not really out there like that. So all the things, you know, whether we talk about shootings, whether we talking about you spending more time on the road, you know what I mean? So in terms of like car accidents, or whether we talking about you're not really cooking like that. Like you may not be like, you know, as healthy as my brother Marcus. Like you out there eating fast food, you eating bullshit. You're not getting home cooked healthy
I'm single
meals.
as fuck though.
Right.
Yeah,
But
I
what
was
I'm
about to
saying is
say, like,
everybody's not.
Marcus is an eternal bachelor.
I know, but what I'm saying, but my brother is also super duper healthy, and most brothers ain't on his level like
Marcus
that.
got a different mindset too, like, you know
Right,
what I'm
and that's
saying?
my
Like,
whole point. But that's my whole point. You know what I'm saying? We're
hold
talking
on.
about
We associate married men with the dad bod, right? That is a term that we use, and typically that describes men that you're
Android
talking about.
ambesity.
Right.
I
So
feel that.
how is it
feel
okay?
that.
So you got a single guy like me, right? Who you just described.
Right.
What aside from not putting yourself, because what you're basically saying is choices, because again, we just talked about choices and strategy in terms of what gets married men more money. So
Right.
again,
Well, we talking about money or the live longer?
no.
I thought
We
talking
just
about the live
finished.
longer
We
thing.
talked about money a second ago. What I'm saying is now we're talking
Okay.
about life expectancy. What I'm saying is you're tying the life expectancy of married men to their choices not to be involved with fuck shit, right?
I
So
just think
how
that if you
about
married and have kids, you're gonna take less risks, bro.
no? I understand that, but
Right.
we can sit here and talk about a lot. If we're going to talk anecdotally, I know a lot of married men that take risks.
Right. And like,
More,
because married men take risks to cheat. So like my question is like, if you
Okay.
what's your evidence that leads you to that theory? Like you have to have evidence to create your theory. So you say like, okay, I think that married men would take less risk. What is the evidence that leads you to that assumption? Because I don't agree with that. I think that people who take less risk, I think it's an equal chance of people who are single and people who are married that take those kind of risks. It's all about the type of person. If you have a higher risk taking propensity, regardless if you're married or not, you're going to take risks. That marriage has nothing to do with it. It's not a thing about marriage. You know what I mean?
So let me bring up a comment that was made here. So Supra 79 says, y'all defending single men like insurance policies don't put them at a higher risk pool, right? Now, before I have y'all jump in, and before Adam McTow was here, you can get a higher premium based on the color of your car. Understand this, right? This is what I'll say, right? Married men, and you know, Joe Paparazzi is saying that married men tend to not make the decisions or live the lifestyle of single men. Tend to not, right? Tend to, right? Let's go with that for a second. The same could be said for like if the health implications of married men like us, we already said these guys work more hours. They tend to work more hours because they got to support more people. They'll deal with more stress. They don't tend to eat healthier. None of the guys who I know that, like you said, are living in with their wives and at home and this and that. These guys are not the healthiest eaters. Most of my guys that I know are married, and these motherfuckers are pre-diabetic. I'm the single guy in my crew. Okay, my man is gonna watch this later if he makes it this deep in the video. Yes, I'm talking about you, motherfucker. Okay, they're the worst eaters. They're the worst when it comes to health shit. They go to work, they eat whatever, they don't work out. My man lifts some weights. I'm gonna get that to him, but overall, I'm the healthiest guy in my crew, and I'm the single guy. Right? So what I'm trying to understand is, aside from you saying, you know, the risk aversive lifestyle of married men, like you ain't driving as much. Well, shit, driving like a motherfucker. I just read something that says single women live longer than married women.
What I mean by driving, bro, is like, you know what I mean? If you're
just an
single,
example, but go ahead.
yeah, if you're single, you're probably gonna have, if you're single and you're an active single man with an active social life, you're gonna spend more time outside the house. And anytime you spend more time outside the house, then your risk level goes up. I mean, you can go out, 5 years and nothing ever happens, but the more time you spend outside of your protective covering of your home, some shit can happen.
We just had a situation with the pandemic where everybody was forced to stay in the protective covering of their home for what, like the last year and a half?
I found out my steps last week, and I'm single.
So real quick, somebody just sent me a Cash App.
Right.
I want you to, whoever sent me the Cash App, say it in the chat so I can, big you up, and enter the amount that you sent me, so I'm gonna know if a motherfucker lying. I know what I got.
That was me. I just said, no, I'm just playing. I'm just bullshit.
I'm gonna reject some facts. According to BlackDemographics.com, 65% of Black men are single, childless, and in the middle class.
Mm-hmm.
So with that being said, that would suggest that most Black men are not out there trying to do fuck shit.
Oh, sorry about the messages popping up.
So I think, right, yeah, I'm right now. I want Adam to speak because Adam's been waiting. Right now we're talking. Me and you've had this conversation already, so now I'm gonna have you jump in. Yeah, we had this conversation over the phone. So now I want you to fire away, not only on the life expectancy thing, but also the income thing. So we're talking about benefits that men have in marriage. Hold on. Clutch and Stick, I appreciate you. That was you that sent me that. I don't like to call people's government names out, so I appreciate that. Clutch and Stick, $5. I appreciate the super chat of the Cash App. I appreciate that. So now, yeah, I want Adam McTowell. Go ahead, talk to us.
There's a couple of comments made earlier that I found rather interesting, particularly that for example, when a brother earlier said that men who are married are less likely to take risky actions, and I think it's important to, even in the anecdotal case, to compare men of the same cohort, right? You can't compare a man in his 20s who has higher testosterone levels and is more likely to take risks in order to achieve things in life to a man who's married in his 30s or in his 40s, who's already accomplished much of what he wants to accomplish in life and has lower testosterone levels, right? You can't compare the two, right? So you gotta compare a man who's in his 20s and married to a man who's also in his 20s and married, who are in a similar environment, right? Because you also can't compare a man who's married and moved into a suburb to a man who lives in the inner city and he's 20s, right? There's just two different environments. Wealth has, the general wealth that they have is different. We know that men in America, the average age of marriage has gone up to almost 32 years of age.
Okay.
Right. And so, men who are 32 years old typically don't take as many risks as men who are 20 years old. So if you compare the two cohorts, I find it hard to believe that you would find a big difference in the risk-taking behavior between those men. But even using the term risk requires definition, right? Because several studies show that even women take risks as well, but the types of risks they take are classified differently, right? They take risks that are more of a social nature, whereas men take risks that are more of a financial nature. And of course, even risk-taking behavior when it comes to men is often vilified or said in the pejorative, right? Risk-taking behavior in men is not bad. Men take calculated risks, right? It's, even the guy who's running the streets, it's a risk, but he's doing it for a reason, right? He feels that whatever or he's calculated that whatever the potential benefit of that risk is outweighs the risk itself. Of course, that's at the value of his own life. But, risk-taking behavior in men isn't in and of itself bad. And if it wasn't for the risk-taking behavior of men, then we wouldn't have the society we have today. So I think it's important to put that in perspective. Risks are, young men don't just take reckless risks just for the sake of taking them. Generally speaking, there's a reward or potential reward behind it. And that's why men tend to achieve more in life. But it's important to keep that in mind. Now, when it comes to the living longer aspect, there's several studies on it, but I was looking at two in particular. One of the ones that people use a lot is the RAND study, the Objective Analysis and Effective Solutions. So they had a study they had a brief research brief saying health, marriage, and longer life in men, but they basically compared men who were married and men who were divorced, right? They tracked 4,000 men over a 22-year period, right? And what they found actually is that in quote, the health benefits obtained by men who stayed married or remarried stem from a variety of related factors, including care in times of illness, improved nutrition, et cetera, and so forth. But I'm trying to find the part where here's what they said. Effects of health on marriage formation and dissolution. They said at the same time, the study also found evidence for positive selection into marriage on the basis of factors other than health. This correlation, however, is not a result of influence of general health or marriageability or the health benefits of marriage. So basically, they summarized that even though there were some differences, they're largely negligible at best, right? So, that's important to note. Now, I don't want to ramble, so I'm gonna make this point very clear. Dr. Bella DePaulo has been writing about this for at least since 2009, right? So it's been almost 10 years. She's been debunking the myth that people who get married live longer than people who don't, right? She's spent, pretty much half her career debunking that. And normally, the study, it studied men only in 1996, right? And they claim that one of the longest life cycle studies known to man, that's the term of life cycle study started in 1921. So last year, that was 100 years since that study started. It found that people who did not change their status, and quote, two groups of people lived the longest: those who got married and stayed married, and those who stayed single. That's what the study found, the longest study. So that whole myth that if you get married, you live longer, is made up. It's a lie, fictitious.
Okay.
It's a falsehood. It's not true, right? It's just, it's something that people say a lot, it's repeated a lot. There's a lot of short-term studies on it. And normally those studies compare men who are married and men who are divorced, because men who are divorced actually have worse health
that was
outcomes.
what I was looking for. I'm sorry, man. That's the exact study when I was talking to Muata. You found, send me that link, a fucking sap. That was the shit that I was looking for. You found it. But go ahead, continue, bro. My bad.
Oh, no problem. I was about to send it to you now. I wanted to make sure I didn't drop out the stream by accident. But I saved both of them. But that's exactly what the cause I remember I looked that up a while ago. Dr. PhD Bella DePaulo, she's been studying this. She's an expert on single people. There's the author of Singled Out and other books. She's a pretty learned scholar. But basically the bottom line is the study that beats all those other studies people are talking about has been going on. This followed these people since they were 11 years old, and they found that the people who lived the longest got married and stayed married. People who got divorced or who divorced and remarried had shorter lives.
Well, so also it's just simple math. It's just simple math. If you're single is status quo. If you're married, you add a whole nother set of stresses to you that come with the person that you're married to, as well as a change in situation.
Indeed. And that's really the thing, is that what the data also shows is that men who get divorced have worse outcomes than men who just remain single. So not only do you take on the added risk of divorce, which could make your health worse statistically, but you really don't do much better than men who just remain single, right? So using that as an exclusive benefit for marriage, I don't think that holds water.
No. Also, yeah, if they because again, this is what I was talking to you about before, Adam, that people lie with stats all the time. And so to like you said, context to me, right? Where you said that they were comparing married men to divorced men for that.
Yep.
Yeah. And we know the realities for divorced men, to be honest. Like, we know about the suicide rate and things of that nature. So to thank you for that link, to use that as the basis for your argument. What the fuck is going on with this camera? Yeah, you use that as the basis for the argument is trash. Like,
Yeah, bottom line, yeah.
It doesn't wash, man. You know, it doesn't wash. So let me so Supra79, thanks for the Cash App. All right. If you send me a Cash App, put your name in it so I know who sent it. Infant mortality skews the statistic as well for lifespan. Males start dying younger in general, and 85 to 90% of centenarians are female, single or married, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Marriage is supposed to reduce the burden, as you're supposed to be joining forces in a partnership, which should make things easier, but modern women fuck that up, right? So here we go. Many factors are at play in the game of life for a man. However, man must calculate moves accurately to minimize the impact of future risks. One more thing I want to introduce to this panel.
Mm-hmm.
Right now that we've addressed that, and I got that link. Thank you for that link.
You gotcha.
We were talking about the statistic, another statistic that gets misused. And you know, this will be the last thing we talk about before we shut it down. Me and you were talking about the statistic where they talk about 80% of men become fathers by age 40. That's how they word it, right? 80% of men become fathers by age 40, right? So yeah, we about to address that. Damn, Joe, you're on here twice. I'm trying to figure out which one of these to take down. So I'm going to take down this one. You still there, Joe? Are you there, Joe Paparazzi? I think
Bro, I'm here.
Okay, so let me remove this one.
All
So
there's two of them now.
Yeah, it's two of them. Yeah, so he got three. He got three of them. Hold on.
What?
Multiplied.
I'm still here, bro.
So, all right, got you. So this and Rob, I'm gonna definitely need you to chime in on this. This argument that 80, they say 80% of black men, it's specific to black men, 80% of black men become fathers by age 40, right? So I'm gonna say this, right? What that means is 80% of black men over 40 have children, if we're gonna believe the stat. Can I get a mod on that span bot? Somebody with a wrench. Somebody with a wrench, right?
I was waiting for it when I was down there. Damn.
So check it out. These guys are using that stat to argue that 80% of black men have children. They're misusing that stat to say that 80% of black men have children. The reason why that fails is, first of all, 80% of black men are not 40 plus. Mm-hmm. Number two, the other thing is that black men over 40 make up the minority of the black male population because we don't live that long. We don't tend to live that long. So to use that stat to misrepresent black male fertility is bullshit. 80% of the smaller group of black men being used to represent or overrepresent fertility for black men. All right. First, I'm gonna have Adam MGTOW speak on that, and then Rob, and then Shane.
Did you at the I think did I send you the link to that fertility report from the CDC?
I'm not sure, but go ahead and speak on it. If you want to send it to me in the meantime, I'll pull it up. But go ahead.
Yeah, that's the. Cause I think that's the one that people commonly reference. They also forget to reference. I'm not sure if you're going to say it yet or not, but they also forget to reference how they classify father in that study as well. You want to speak on that, or you want me to speak on that?
No, I'm letting you do that. Go ahead and talk. I'm listening.
The in the study that it was a study conducted by the CDC. It was one of the first of its kind, a fertility report on men. Normally, the CDC would study fertility in women year by year, but this was the first of its kind. I believe it was 2014, and so they found that of the men that they sampled at the time in 2014, 40%, 80% of black men who were over age 40 or 40 and up were fathers, right, or had children. Now, the way that they define dads in that, or fathers in that document, shifts from panel to panel. And one of the ways they define it is a man who has biological children, has adoptive children, or is a stepfather. Right? So you're saying that 80% of black men who are over age 40 are fathers. You know, that doesn't hold much weight now. Because sure, 80% of black men who are over 40 may be raising somebody else's kid right now. You know, if you compare that report to the women's fertility report, and then you compare it to how many women are have children without or have children out of wedlock, then yes, it's quite possible that a significant percentage of those men are just raising other people's children and is being counted as being fathers or as fertility, right? We know that we are the stepfather community. I mean, Disney even had that movie about a black male stepfather, right? That's what we're known for. So when you look at a statistic like that, tell me that 80%. I'm sorry, man, I had to drop it. Like
I didn't know about that. Continue. I'm not interrupting. I'm listening.
Nah, but it's that's what's going on right now. This is what we are. That's what we're known for. And until recently, black men have, or at least the black men that were able to get on media, were proud to be the man who stepped up, right? And so, if you're counting stepfathers as fathers, I have to question that statistic.
Yeah.
Now they do have some numbers in there speaking about how many men fathered biological children. Compared to men who did not father children. But of course, they don't control for age in that. And so there's other factors there. But the bottom line is that it's to use men from the men who had those children in 2014 are like 50 years old right now. The men who didn't have those amount of children that were 30 at the time are 40 now, and they likely didn't have any more children. Right? So you took a snapshot at time and didn't follow up the data. I didn't see a report for 2015, 16, 17, or anything else. So they're using data that's over like 8 years old, 9 years old to tell us that, oh yeah, you just got to wait until you're 40, you have some kids. Yeah, maybe I could be someone's stepdad, and then they'll count it. But there's a lot of errors with the way that they're interpreting that data.
Okay, okay, so I got guys on the internet that are using these stats to make the argument that black men are creating single moms, and 80% of you are doing it, right?
Oh, that's
right. That's what these stats are being used for, and they're making that argument with men who are over 40, and these are men who are not the majority of the black male population. I think that we've went over this a good amount of times, that a good amount of black men, over half, don't have not fathered a child.
Right. That's a well-known statistic, bro. Over half are single and childless. So that debunks that stat right off the bat. There's no way it's even possible.
Who's speaking? Is that Joe?
It's Joe. There's no way it's even possible, bro.
Well, my thing is also the only reason why that statistic has any kind of weight is because of the way that it's weaponized and who weaponizes it. I mean, the fact of the matter is just because a couple isn't married and a woman has a child, that doesn't necessarily mean that the father is absent. See, what ends up happening is that these statistics are taken and they're weaponized. But like Marcus said in the beginning, we don't talk about the hows and we don't talk about the why. We could say that, a woman is a single mother, and that's just it. And she could be a single mother. We talk about that. That has no touching the surface of the involvement of the father. You see what I'm saying? So like my thing is when it comes to those kind of statistics, The most important thing is, what are they being used for? How are they being applied? And how is the entire situation being looked at? If we're looking at a single mother and not looking at a quote family unit, because the family unit would still include the father and the father's involvement, that's a case where we have to come with our own statistics and say, okay, well, yes, this woman may be single. However, the father is 50% involved, just like the mother is 50% involved. And I think there was a study from the CDC that showed that despite the fact that the family structures may be different, the father involvement is still the same. Black men are really involved with their kids. You know what
Understood. Right now, we're simply talking about the fertility, right? That's what we're
Okay,
talking
I
about.
got you
At the moment. So I wanna pull something up in a second. And I was gonna ask you to chime in, but you chimed in. So let me let me let me pull up. I'm gonna get this swap ready. So there are lies, damn lies, and statistics, right? So 32% of black men have 2 or more children with multiple women. 40%, 40 something percent have children, period, right? Yeah, and by the way, thank you for that super chat, Night Raven. Yeah, the entire trust of stats is established by white male dominated agencies is suspect and unintelligent. You really trust them to accurately perform on it. Yeah, that may be true, but at the end of the day, if when we were talking about vital records, because a lot of this is about vital records, right? So when you talk about vital records, right, you're talking about these stats that come from these numbers that come from births, right? And the marital status of the woman at the time of birth, right? That's what we're talking about, right? And those
Yes,
things
sir.
are recorded, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
all right, so let me bring some shit up, right? Because I always do this. So this is something that I posted on Facebook. There's no statistical single dad epidemic among black folks, right? Right. So let's go here. So let's bring that up full screen. So we're gonna say, okay, this is ever had a biological child, right? Ever had, okay? So they talk about this is from 2011 to 2015, right? So let's go over here, okay? uh Non-Hispanic black men 46.6, right? And that was for that time range, 2011 to 2015. Okay. They talking about ages 15 to 44. And then anytime we mention this, the people want to, oh, why are you going so young, 15? Like we don't know 15-year-olds that have kids.
Well, can I ask you a question real quick, Marcus?
Yes, sir.
Think about this, and I want everybody on the panel and everybody in the chat to think about this. Mathematically, how long has our population been 13% of the United States population? If we're really
too long for it to make sense.
There you go. I don't
long
even need to
time,
finish
brother.
my question. There you go.
Very
Exactly.
long time. Very long time.
So how are we making all of these kids if the population is stagnant at 13%? Because the people may be getting abortions, but they're not getting abortions at that high of a rate mathematically where it would keep us at 13%. So we're just popping out these babies and just making everybody pregnant, but our population is it's been 13% for how long now? That doesn't make any sense.
Honestly, I think if we were to apply this statistic to any ethnic group, most likely, I think Hispanics will more likely fit that bill. Because to your point, brother, their numbers have been increasing over the last 10, 20 years like crazy, especially in California, where I'm from.
So, okay, so Hispanic women are more likely to have had a biological child, 65%, than non-Hispanic white women, but there were no differences between Hispanic and non-Hispanic black, 62%, right? So 62% of non-Hispanic black women have children. 62%, right?
That's a lot.
And a high percentage of those are single mothers. All right. So, when you talk about
What's the source on this again, Marcus?
This is, I gotta get you the link. This is a peer. I got this from a peer
Peer
study.
article.
Yeah,
Right.
peer view. So so hold on. So yeah, that's where I get that from. Yeah, man. So at the end of the day, again, there's no single dad epidemic in our community. You know, all this, oh, men are dropping babies, and you're talking about 80% become fathers, right? So now it goes back to what Rob said. If you're gonna say, well, 80% of you motherfuckers is dropping children by 40, then how many of that 80% of that small group in the grand total are married men involved in the crib, not single? Because if most men are not single dads, a single unwed dads, unwed dads, we ain't don't even talk about single dads, because single dads are taking care of their kids. We're talking about unwed fathers. If most men are not unwed fathers, then that little 80% of a small group that you're talking about, that means most of these men got to be involved fathers.
Bro, can you read the original stat again? What was it again? 80% of what?
So it was the original stat was 80% of black men become dads by 40. And Adam McTow already addressed that a lot of these men are not even biological fathers. Yep. So that to use that argument as you're creating single mothers for stepdads is faulty.
That stat is just such bullshit right off the bat. It's just bullshit.
I just sent you a link, by the way.
You know who's making this argument with me on the internet? It ain't women.
Who is it?
I'm getting simp niggas making this argument. So Mega is saying a lot. I want to read. Said Hispanic is a recent construct and it could be made into anything. That's facts. Vital records produced by white supremacy. Hey, bro, are you telling me that the white supremacist stat that says black men are the most involved fathers was created to make us look good? Right? Like I just want to understand that. So okay, they're also the most likely to marry out despite them being half out by default. Right?
What does he mean by that?
Yeah, Mega, you might have to explain this one. They're also the most likely to marry out despite them being half out by default. If you desegregate the different ethnic groups, making them up, you'll see such smaller numbers. Okay, so Mexicans forced all the Spanish-speaking groups together in the early 80s to siphon government benefits from the growing African American populace.
But we're not growing though. But brother man, the other brother earlier, I'm sorry, your name escapes me. He already illustrated that. We're not
talking about Rob, right? Rob or Adam McTow?
Yeah. It was Rob. We're not.
I might add that the numbers were they were actually increasing pretty well up until the magic year 1965, 1970, and then after that magic year, our birth rate started to drop, and now it's below replacement level. But you won't get a lot of people who, black or white, who will admit that. But our birth rate is below replacement level, just like it is with whites as well.
So understand, Black Messiah. You're saying that numbers don't lie unless they're recorded by liars. So what is your opinion?
Oh, that's bars.
It sounds good, but what I'm saying is, if we're gonna discard every stat that white people ever wrote, right? Then what are we doing with the stats that actually favor that or put black men in a favorable light? Are they lying about that too? This is a question. right? So let's move on. They were regarded as white until then, and they still put white on their paperwork. A group of Spain whites mixing with Brit whites are not a replacement group. A little bit of Azteca in them phase with each generation. They mix stepdads into that stat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Right.
that's
So
something I did want to make mention briefly, and I'll be very brief, 10 seconds, is that their argument that black men are creating all these single mothers, while simultaneously the stats show that those fathers that are quote unquote creating single mothers are actually just stepdads, is actually counter to their argument. This actually shows that black men are trying to fix problems that they didn't make.
Yeah.
If he's counting stepdads, then maybe it might be closer to the truth. But then again, that kind of skews it, right? It kind of creates a picture that's not really true, right? But I could definitely believe the stepdad thing, because how many of our households are headed up by single moms? Wasn't it somewhere upward of 80%? So anytime those single moms decide, okay, I want a man, I want a boyfriend, they start dating, they get in a serious relationship. Okay, now you're a stepdad. So if the majority of our women raising the kids are, single moms, then that stat makes sense to Adam's point if we're talking about stepdads as well. It makes perfect sense. But when you take the stepdad out of the equation, there's no way in the world that's even remotely true.
So before I get into closing comments, right? Let me read a couple more of these. So the Black Messiah says that he feels like the CDC saying that black men are the most involved fathers is some sort of manipulation.
Manipulation to do what?
That's what I want to know. Again, I can't sit here and, because I wasn't in the room with the white men who devised the plan to manipulate black people by saying black men are great fathers. But it just doesn't doesn't add up to me. I know black people, we like to think everything is a fucking conspiracy, right? But I just want some sort of some sense to be made out of that. I'm not saying that I agree or disagree, but again, this is fuck your feelings, critical thinking. Let's be critical about how we come up with these theories, as opposed to just saying, it's all some destined plan to do whatever, right? Before I get into that, let me read a few more and then we're gonna move forward. Hispanic speaking people don't believe in contraception. They're a lot more likely to get married. Mexicans, Cubans, Guatemalans. All right, that was the old generation. The new ones got a hold of IG and birth control. Okay, who's trolling with that baby daddy epidemic BS? Even a lot of women are admitting to being 30 plus and childless, some not wanting kids. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna read a few more comments, and then Adam McTowell pointed out to me that we skipped past the earnings thing. I'm gonna let Adam McTowell, I'm gonna let you cover that part, and then we're gonna get closing statements. You hear me?
I got you, bro. I got you.
All right, so let's go with Black Messiah. You truly believe, considering our situation in this country, that we are the most involved? Then why the issue with black women?
Because we're the most involved don't mean we get the most cooperation.
Bars.
Understand, and Black Messiah, understand this. The minority of black men actually have children. All this pregnancy that we're seeing with black women ain't black men. The numbers are too disproportionate for all of these pregnancies that you're seeing in black women to be black men, even with the multiple fertility. There ain't enough black dicks in America for this much.
What it is, bro, is the number of men who are producing the children. We have a subset of black men who are producing multiple children with multiple women. but that's just a small percentage of black men.
No,
It's not that it's.
But that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about
Right.
multiple fertility. Multiple fertility.
Right.
Even with the multiple fertility,
Right.
there's too much reproduction happening with black women, with not only the amount of black men, but the amount of black men that actually have children.
Real talk.
If less than half of us have kids,
Yes.
right? 46% of us, which means the other side of 46% is what? My math sucks.
I thought it was 65%.
It's about
No,
65.
no,
65%.
46% that have children. So that creates on the other side of that is 60 something percent that don't have kids.
Right. That's about right. Currently,
yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So I just I was clarifying for Shane that I'm not saying 43% don't have kids. I'm saying 43% of black men are fathers. 46%.
I misheard you. That was my fault.
No, I got you. So what I'm saying is 46% of us have kids, right? That means the greater half of us, a greater portion of us don't. Who's to account for this 80? What did you say? 85% of single mothers. It can't be. It can't be 46% of men, especially when we're supposed to be the ones that marry out, right? And I think that's what old boy was saying.
But that's bullshit too. That's bullshit too. That's not true.
What's not true?
We don't marry out like that. I don't. You know what? A lot of black women pass out that narrative, like especially amongst what they do is, man, they take a small subset of athletes and hyper successful.
No,
men.
We're not talking about that. I'm talking about stats, sir.
Stats. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The stats don't support that. 80% of black men are married who are married to black women.
Yeah, 80%.
Right. So
then
that's some bullshit.
What about the other 20?
Right, but that 20 is, dude, that's a small percent.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, I'm not saying most black men don't marry black women. I'm not saying that. So understand what I'm saying. Right. I'm saying we marry out more often than black women do.
Mm-hmm.
Not for any other reason, but we have the option.
Oh, okay, I get it. Okay,
if we're marrying out at, I forget the numbers off the top of my head. If we're marrying out at 15%, they're marrying out at 10. I don't fucking know. I'm just throwing it out there. But what I'm saying is,
right.
Okay. If a small minority of black men actually have children, 30% of us are married. 35, I think it is, right?
Something
Rob,
like
if you're there, correct me. Somebody has the numbers, right?
Yeah, I don't know those stats, bro.
It's around 30%, bro.
30%. So 30% of black men are married. 40% have children.
Mm-hmm.
That's a high number of men who are married to be involved
that have kids
with their kids.
This is true.
Right. Mm-hmm. So to the black messiah, there's your answer.
So now just using a simple math, bro, what that means is the remaining 10 or 12%, those are the ones who are unmarried having children.
Unmarried having children, and then you have to go back to what Rob said, and I always say this: how many of those unwed fathers are involved and not involved? Because they're not all deadbeats.
Nah, they're not.
So if 35% of black men have children and 46% have children and 35% are actually married.
30, bro.
Huh?
30. About 30.
Who said 30?
I did, Joe. About 30.
No, it's more than 30, bro.
32% you're talking about? The married men? Like the number of men?
Yeah, number of married black men.
Yeah, it's around 32%.
Okay, 32%. Still in 2022 is still 32%.
Oh, I think that was the last time the last time I checked it, that stat went back to like 2018 or something. So it was missing a couple of years. Okay, it could have changed between now and then.
Okay, so in the meantime, I can hit black demographics. What I'm saying is, at the end of the day, if you minus that 30 whatever from that 40, whatever, you get a 10%.
Right.
And that the only difference between those two groups is marriage, right?
Right.
Yes.
Because I mean, shit, I would say that most of these married people have children.
Yeah.
Right. So what I'm saying is to answer, Black Messiah, are you telling me that, and you say most involved, you telling me that married Black men who represent the majority of men with children, because that's a majority.
Yes, it is.
The majority, based on those numbers, the majority of Black fathers are married. I can sit here comfortably and say that shit. That means the majority of Black fathers are married and involved.
Mm-hmm.
So, there we go.
Bro said, how are we the most involved with the stats of death rates, gangs, health, prison? See, but those stats, bro, is still a very small percentage of the Black population. It's the shit that's most highlighted. It's the stuff that gets the most clicks and the most, sensationalized in the news. But it's still a very, very small percentage of our population.
So we're gonna address this, and we got to move on, because we almost at the 4-hour mark. So Black Messiah says that these stats were created to support a gender war and to aggravate Black women.
What the hell?
Wait, what?
What the hell?
I don't get that one.
That doesn't make any sense.
I think giving Black women all these benefits for free is enough to support a gender war or a gender division.
Some of these stats were collected by Black women.
So, all right. So I'm about to do closing arguments. I want to see. I should see the same single mother issues in Rochester, New York, West Palm Beach. I live in a small town in Northern Ontario. Managed to become a baby mother in a place where Black women are scarce choices. Featuring E40. 30%, 37% of Black men who have more than one child have children with multiple women.
I believe that.
Men initiate marriage. There are an extra million mixed kids out there. It looks like white men, alleged Latinos, Asians aren't marrying them either.
I agree.
Check the economic stats of Black men. There's no way we're the most involved. We're damn near economically at the bottom. It's impossible to be involved like that when most are struggling.
Where is he getting this information?
Why is his name the Black Messiah?
Listen, Messiah, I appreciate your input, but you have to explain. You have to break that down. You say in the economic stats of Black men. So you're saying that with a 30% plus marriage rate, we can't be involved with our kids based on economic stats?
Based on the economic stats, Black women are doing worse than Black men.
Yeah, and they are. Yes, they are.
Unless you subscribe to Instagram.
So, all right, Sinister Voices says the boomers are bumping up the Black marriage numbers. Once they pass, it'll probably dip. What's good, my G? What's good, man? I appreciate you. Black Messiah wants to come in. I'm gonna bring you in, but this is gonna be very brief.
You want me to step down? I could step out.
How many people we got here?
I'll drop out.
4 or 5. No. I can bring him in. 6 people. Right? So it actually means it means actually bathing the kid, playing with the child. Yeah, because it's very detailed. This is gonna be very short, man. We almost 4 hours long here, and I planned this for this to be a 2-hour live, man. Y'all motherfuckers, man. Right? He said, Sinister Voices said, "Rule." Okay, so look, Messiah, I'm gonna bring you in. Straight to the point. Straight to the point. I want this to be straight to the point. All right. So we're gonna add Messiah. So we're gonna have Messiah make his case, and then we're gonna. I want to have who we got here. We got Rob. Matter of fact, I'm gonna have you guys respond to him. Messiah, I want you to speak, and I want them to respond to you because we've been on for a while. So you say what you say. Let them respond to you. Each one of them. I'm gonna call names out. Messiah, talk to us.
All right. First and foremost, my setup ain't legitimate. So can you hear me correctly?
Can hear you okay?
Somewhat, yeah.
How am I coming through? It might
Sounds
be
good.
because I all right. So first of all, it's like it's real general. And you got that saying that we dying from health. We being taken out from prison, gangs, and etc. All right. So with those stats, how can we be the most involved? Second of all, we got stats with women, black women not being married, black women most unprotected, most unmarried, etc. How can we be the most involved? You know what I'm saying? Things ain't making sense. Now, what I'm saying is we might have another time where we can actually really get these stats, put them all together collectively, and try to see how they make sense, how to comprehend them together. But there's no way that our particular men, first of all, what's the stat as far as our number in the population? When people try to say we're the most in prison, then they want to say, man, we only make up so much of the population. Well, how are we in prison? How are we dying from health problems? How are we dealing with such a big homosexuality problem? But you're saying we're the most involved? How is that possible? Like literally just numbers, just facts. How are we under attack as black men all around the board? We're getting arrested and thrown in prison. We're dying from health care. We're economically franchised, last to get hired, first to get fired, all these things. And then you're telling us we're the most involved with our children. But with considering that very fact, we turn around and out of all women on the planet, all women are the number one complaining about how black men are not in the household, how they are not protected, how they are not provided for, how we are not raising our children, how most of the households that we come up in are single mother households. So it's like the stat, if you just think about it, we can get the numbers and figure it out later, but if you just think about it, that don't make no sense. How are we taking out on every aspect from health to prison to gangs, homosexuality to everything, to economically being cheated by white folk? We ain't getting hired, we getting cheated and everything. But then you turn around and say we gonna recognize those facts. Then we gonna combine with the facts that our women are the number one people out here saying they ain't getting no help from the men. The men ain't marrying them. They ain't protected. They ain't provided for, etc. We're gonna combine what I said before with those stats, and then on top of those 2 points, you gonna throw in at the end that we the ones that are the most there for our children. How can that possibly logically be so?
Okay, so now that you've asked that, okay, so
it's a lot to unpack.
I'm gonna say first, before anybody jumps in, is a lot of what you just said is based on the word of black women.
I'm hearing it from the stats though, but
No. The stats are on our side. I'm going to say this again. And we're being recorded. A lot of what you said is based on what black women are saying.
I want to address the prison thing, bro. Leave that to me.
So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to start with Joe Paparazzi, and then I'm gonna work my way through each of you. And again, try to be as direct to the point as possible because we are almost a wrap. Okay, be each one of you be as direct. Like that was my response. My response is it seems like a lot of what he said is based on the word of black women. So Joe, it's on you, brother.
All right, bro. That was a lot to unpack. I appreciate your input. I'm just gonna address the prison thing, and I'm gonna leave a lot to the other brothers. That prison thing is a complete farce, and I've had this argument multiple times on Facebook and everything. It's a complete farce. Mm-hmm. The prison population in this country, men who are in prison in this country, is about 2.1 million. 2.1 million. There's approximately 48 million black people in this country, men and women. About 27 million women. 21 million men. There's 2.1 million men in prison. Black people make up the majority population in prison by about 36%.
That number is somewhere approximately 750,000 black men who are in prison. It's not even a million. So if there's 21 million black men in this country, or black males in this country, we're talking about men and boys. How are we all in prison when there's less than 1 million of us in prison? That's some bullshit. So I'll let the other fellas take the rest of it.
Okay, so I'm gonna just follow that up real quick, and then we're gonna go to the next person. Everybody in here, or at least most people in here, know I'm an ex-CO. I worked in the prison system. I'm an ex-corrections officer.
Right.
I know the makeup, the racial makeup of prison. Okay, and I've said this before, that less than 10% of black men in this country are incarcerated. That may be another white man lie to you, but we can't throw all stats away because a white man wrote it and then base our whole opinions on the collective experience of black women. Black women say what they say, right?
Not even 1 million of us, bro.
Marriage numbers are real. Vital records and vital statistics are real, right? So, that jail thing, and this is to piggyback off of Joe. Most black men are not in jail, and black men do not make up the majority of inmates in jail. It's impossible. I've worked in a prison. I know that white men are the majority male in prison, just like the majority. They're the majority of this country.
But when in response to that, we also got to have that per capita type of thing, like our population versus the white man. If you lock up 100,000 white men versus locking up 100,000 black men,
that's another misconstrued bullshit argument. Like, it ain't about per capita is a hypothetical what if. It's not real. The reality is we make up this percentage of the country and they make up this percentage. So we don't do if there were as many black people as white people in the country, but there isn't. I'm
just saying, like, for instance, my city alone, for a case example,
is this Messiah?
If you lock up 100,000 white men, you ain't locked up barely any of the population. But if you locked up 100,000 black men in my city, you locked up all of them. So per capita is significant.
Per capita is a hypothetical number. It's not real numbers. I want to go to before you continue. I want to go to the next person. Shane, do you got anything to add on this?
Yeah, I can talk about the income aspect. This is from blackdemographics.com, Census Bureau from 2017 up to today. The average median earnings for black men in America is $40,000, whereas for females it's $35,000, roughly, almost 36. So if black men are so impoverished, why are we consistently making more? And that's on the low end. On the upper end, black men are making over 51,000, whereas black women are still around 41,000.
But I'm not understanding why you're comparing the stats to black women. Let's compare it black men versus white men, because you're saying that black men are the most in the household. So saying that black men are more involved than white men and Mexican and Chinese men. How is that possible?
You made the argument that black men are impoverished. If we're so impoverished and black women are doing so much better than us, how come the stats say otherwise?
So look,
I never brought in black women. I'm saying saying black men are the most involved, which means that we're more involved than white men.
Being involved has nothing to do with how much you earn, bro.
Exactly, and that's what I wanted to point out. So Shane, while he has a point by saying what he just said, he didn't say that, but Messiah. What the question that was just asked is, your income has nothing to do with your involvement. See, what you guys, and I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna keep it short. You guys let these black women tell you that your involvement is financial. And when you read what is being said, what's being reported is that involvement is exactly what Megatron said. Okay, so you let black women inform you that income is tantamount to involvement. So a white men make more. No, hold on. White men make more, therefore they are the most involved. And that's your argument, bro.
With all due respect, I'm being confused right now because I don't want to catch you up because you said you guys are about to get out. But with all due respect, I'm confused right now as why you guys are bringing in black women, because to me the point has nothing to do with
I didn't mention
women.
black women. I just corrected him as to not
the
do
point
that.
is, but what I called in for, what we were talking about is who is most involved. Now you say black men are heavily involved. It has nothing to do with women.
Just
It
clarified
has
that,
to do
sir.
with or black. When you compare black men's involvement with their black children compared to white men's involvement with their white children compared to Mexican men's involvement with their Mexican children. That's what I'm talking about. I don't see how black women
we didn't
got
do
involved.
anything. Shane, listen, Shane misspoke, and I just made it clear.
No, I didn't misspoke. What I was directly talking about is the fact that he was saying that black men are impoverished and then doing so poorly. That's what I was directly talking about. And this fact
understood. But let's not include black women. He's arguing that because white men make more, then we can't possibly be more involved because we make less than white men, which is fallacious. So hold on. So Shane, I want you to continue, but don't compare our salaries with black women. Talk about involvement, right? So go ahead. I'm listening, Shane.
Okay. I just wanted to ask the question. It's like, why can't we say anything about black women when black women are the ones that leverage this disparaging remark against us?
So let me respond to that.
The answer is that do black women have more control than white women? Like, why is it stopping us, not stopping white men? Why is it stopping us, not stopping Mexican men? Like, why are we complaining about women and the white men and the Mexican and the Chinese men aren't? So even that, if
we're getting
that's
off
a
topic.
true complaint.
That doesn't even
we're going left. We're going left.
That doesn't even answer my question because
we're going left right now. Listen, because this, I know where we're going with this, and it's too late in the game on this discussion. And Black Messiah, yo, I would love for you to come back when we're back here again early in the video, and we can go into that deep. But what I'm going to say is, Shane, this is not about comparing the incomes of black men versus black women. This is about talking about who's the most involved father. So Messiah is correct where men must be compared to men in this discussion because we're talking about involved fathers. This is a CDC study. So forget what black women are saying. That's his argument. What our argument is, the stat is that we're the most involved compared to other fathers. He's making the argument that income, right? Because we make less than white men, and then that's an impossibility for us to be more involved than white men as dads because they make more than us. My position on it is that's a fallacious argument. What is your position on that in particular?
Taking my kids to the park is free.
Yeah, it is.
Taking your kids to the park requires you to have a vehicle, transportation, and the ability to pick up your kids, take them to the park, bring them back home, whoop. All that's going to come back into your finances and your confidence and your capability as far as what you're able to do. Taking care of your kids means picking up from school. Do you have a vehicle? Can you pay insurance? Do you have a place to rent? Can you pick up your kids from school and bring them to a place that you pay rent at? You know, all that affects.
My G,
so you saying
the park,
that? So you saying
the park
that
is a block of the park is a block away.
You talking about cars and stuff? You're saying that because I everywhere I went to school, I walked to, bro.
The park is a block away.
I got kids spread all over the United States, man. I have to be able to get to them and take care of them, for them to be involved. I got to be able to drive over to Kansas. I got to be able to drive to California.
Bro, we're not talking about you. We're talking about black men. So I'm gonna move to the next person. I'm gonna move to the next person, right?
I ain't even address nothing there. All right.
So all right. So be succinct, bro. I want you to respond to him in reference to his argument about because you mentioned about income. Answer to that. I want this shit to be on point. Go ahead.
All right. We're talking about involvement, right?
We're talking about involvement and income. How income affects involvement. He just gave us a long list of how you need a car to do all these involving that's the only way to be involved is to have a vehicle. But okay, I want you to challenge that. I'm listening.
Okay, being involved. I mean, speaking as a father, being involved doesn't cost a bunch of money until you bring the court system involved, and that's when it becomes really, really difficult for a lot of men, because the court systems is weaponized, and the laws are weaponized against men to keep them out of the home, keep them away from their kids, and it happens at roughly an 80% rate. So if black men are not involved with their kids as much as you say, is because of the will of the courts and the women.
So, all right. So I'm going to move on to the next person, right? So, Joe went first, right?
I think Adam wants to go, bro.
Adam, talk to me. I'm going to save Rob for last. Rob,
right.
And then I got to bring Mega in. Mega, don't go nowhere. Hold your ass right there. I'm going to bring you in. Adam MGTOW.
Yeah, I'm gonna say something brief, and then I'm gonna drop off to make space. In fact, there's gonna be 10 seconds or less. National Health Statistics Reports, number 71, December 20th, 2013. It's entitled "Fathers' Involvement with Their Children, United States, 2006 to 2020," by Joe Jones, PhD, and William D. Mosher, PhD, Division of Vital Statistics. That is my entire comment. That is the study that we're referencing. They followed 10,403 men. Everything that you're talking about, how they measure fathers, this is the study that said black men are more involved.
Describe the involvement.
Oh man, I didn't want to get into it. I just want to
no, just real quick.
That's real important to define involvement.
List the actions.
It's on page 2. It's on page 2 of the study. I
know it already because I read it, but I want you to list for my man the actions, and bro, he's gonna tell you, and I don't want the response to this to be, oh, that's a white supremacist statistic. So I want Adam MGTOW list the actions described as involvement.
All right, so they have eating meals with or feeding the children, bathing, diapering, or dressing the children, or helping the children bathe, dress, or use the toilet themselves, playing with the children, reading to the children, that's for age 5 and under, age 5 to 18, talking with the children about things that happen during their day, eating meals with the children, helping the children with homework or checking that the homework had been done, taking the children to and from activities.
Can I jump in?
All that.
Now, there's a lot more in here.
How can every one of those things, once again, the stats aren't clear, because every one of those things, as a father, I know you cannot be doing unless you have a place in your home or you are actually in the home with the mother. There's no way you're helping with homework every day. There's no way that you're involved, taking them to the park and everything, unless you have your own place or you're actually living in the home with the child. If you have your own place, you must be financially capable. Otherwise, you are in the house with the mother and the kids. You can't be helping your kids in the homework.
I have a brief response to that. I'll accept that as true. The fact of the matter is, this study says that black men do it better. So if what you're saying is true, that just means that black men have all those things based on the study. Bottom line.
Check this out. Check this out. Look. We're not going to do the prolonged back and forth thing, bro. I got to get to other people. Understand? You said what you said, right? So I need everybody to respond to you. Better or more? The stat says the most involved. I don't think that a group of white people sat in a room and created this narrative, not only to upset black women, but to also upset every other race of father in America. Right. So I want to move on. Just hold your thoughts because I'm gonna let you respond. I'm going to move on to Rob. Rob, are you there? I hope Rob is there. Okay, check this out. Adam.
I don't see Rob on there.
No, he's there. He's at the top. Adam,
okay.
I want you to drop out a second. Don't go anywhere. Just I'm gonna drop you down real quick just to add Mega.
Gotcha. I'm dropping that.
All right, don't stay. Where's he at? Oh man, you completely left, motherfucker. So I'm gonna add Megatron. Megatron, what's going on?
Yeah. All right. Let me ask you a question. Do you know anything about the overdose rates? Do you have any idea, Mr. Messiah? You know anything about the overdose rates? Do you have any awareness?
Nah, I could guess. I could assume.
Hello?
No, as far as the stats, no.
Do you know anything about that?
No.
He said no.
Hold on. Yo, I can't hear anything.
No, we can hear you. Just keep going. We can hear you perfect.
Yo.
We can hear you perfectly fine, Mega.
Well, look. Yeah, I have a delay because I can't hear it on the StreamYard side. So I got a delay. Anyway,
so just continue.
There's 150,000 overdoses.
Oh shit, he cut out.
We lost him. He'll be back in here. I want to read some comments until we're ready to come back. Now, Sinister, you my man. Well, you can't be super chatting insults, man, because now you put me in a position I have to read the super chat because it's super chat, but then you shooting at people on the panel, man. What are you doing? Oh man, shout out to you. I appreciate you, Con David. Appreciate that. What's up, D Scott? D Scott says, dude spun out of orbit, be easy, Marcus. Uneducated lame. Where do this dude think most black men lay their heads or get around? Now, okay, so Mega is back, right? I'm gonna add Mega. I want him to continue with what he's saying.
Shit, bro, I can't hear nothing.
So Mega, we can talk to us. We can hear you fine. I want to wrap this up, man. We're 4 deep. So
shit, computer sometimes.
I don't think he could hear us, man.
Okay, Mega dropped out again. So this is what I'm gonna say to you, Messiah. This is what I'm gonna say to you. You can't toss stats out, right? Toss stats out as white supremacist lies, right? And then your response to those stats is the word of black women.
Hey, let me ask you something.
I won't. No, hold on. Now this is me responding to you.
Yes, sir.
Hold that thought. I want you to understand. Right?
Yo, what?
With all of these things being added together, because you're saying, well, it's an impossibility for black men to be involved as much as this report is saying that they're involved, right?
No,
we just gave you the numbers of how many men are actually in prison versus how many men are not. Everybody's not a gangbanger. Everybody's not incarcerated. We know the numbers of incarcerated black men. We know them. Excuse me. Everything that they're telling us about black men is not a white supremacist lie. Not everything. Okay.
How do you pick and choose what you can trust and what you can?
No, but what you're doing, right?
Numbers.
See, this is the thing. You have to ask yourself that because you're choosing to believe self-reports from women.
Who said? But here's the thing. See that it gets real disrespectful, and I'm not
no, it's not. But this is what you said.
Let me
you
explain.
said black women said
first
this
of all,
let
me just say that. Let me give you an example. You guys jumped on the financial situation. I said that we're dealing with finances. I said that we're dealing with homosexuality. I said that we're dealing with health. I said we're dealing with. Hold up, Sam. Just let me finish.
No,
let me
keep it short, Messiah. You got to keep it short. We've been on 4 joints.
Okay, let's just. All right, I'm gonna make it real quick to the point. How do you statistically collect information as far as to prove that we're involved? Like, who has showed up at any one of you brothers' doorstep? What census department has showed up at any one of you brothers' doorstep
Literally
and
the US
asked you
Census.
about your
Bro,
involvement in your
the
kid's life? How are they
US
collecting that
Census.
stat?
The
How are they
census.
collecting that
We
stat
get
to
the question. You
show
don't
you
have to
that
repeat
you're
it,
the most?
Bro,
Because
bro.
the only reason
Get
I'm
the question.
repeating it is because I hear somebody trying to interrupt before I finish the
No,
sentence.
but
And I'm just
we
because
saying,
you don't need to finish the sentence, goofy man. Stop talking all tough on here. You're not like that, and we're all online.
how
Like,
do you know
stop
what I'm
doing
like?
that.
How do you know what I'm like?
I can tell you not like that. You
Hey, we ain't gonna do that
Yeah,
tonight.
nigga, because you don't want me to change my tone and show you what I am like, bro. I'm just trying to speak intelligently.
Like
don't start because you
Messiah,
not that. The dude you talking to will fuck you up, but I don't want to go there.
Hey, I don't want to start
Bitch ass
dropping
nigga.
motherfuckers out,
Don't
man.
let me show you who I really am, hoe ass nigga. I will kill you, nigga. Shut the fuck up talking to me crazy.
Messiah, it don't even make sense to talk like that because
No, because the
nobody's
nigga go there. He don't want to know who I really am. The nigga on the
Yeah, but
phone is
nobody's
real
going to
people.
see no.
You fucking with a nigga with 2 strikes, nigga. Don't talk to me like that,
It's
nigga, because I didn't come like that. I will kill you, nigga. Shut your
That's
bitch
what
ass up.
Messiah,
you can crash
chill.
out if you want to. You see how I'm still calm, bro?
Man, fuck crushing out, nigga. I will kill you, nigga. Shut your bitch ass up. Don't ever come on here and try to confront a nigga over the phone. You sell warrior. You sell
I
warrior.
don't want to drop you, bro.
You're not gonna do nothing.
I'm done talking. I just had to let the bitch ass nigga know who he really talking to.
Yeah,
I'm trying
because
to
you know
be
you only
makes
gonna
no-
stay on the other side of here. You mad? You got female
Man, shut up,
emotions.
nigga, before I find out who you are.
Mega, do me a
Brothers,
favor. Mega,
Shut up,
chill,
nigga.
Mega.
Your
Shut
dad
up,
never
Mega.
can
nigga. You
suck
ain't
my
ready for
dick,
this.
too.
You don't want this, nigga.
bro, relax, bro. Relax, man. Relax.
I'm muting niggas' mics. Check this out. Mega, I want you to speak. Messiah, we got your question. It doesn't make sense to threaten niggas' lives on the internet. Nobody's getting on the plane to go see nobody and kill them. It's just not happening. All right? I ain't no bitch made nigga. I'm not about to threaten niggas on the internet. So we can huff and puff and all of that shit. It doesn't even make sense. It's a waste of time. So now your question was what you asked, right? So I'm gonna let Mega respond to you. Mega, I can hear you, Mega. Megatron. Mega, you there? Are you there? All right, Meta. Let me know when you good. So
Nigga need to stay silent so we can stay safe. I'm pissed.
You said what? You said
bro,
me, nigga.
hey.
You heard me, nigga.
Okay, we gonna do this shit again. You know what? Fuck this shit. Closing arguments, man. So we're gonna start closing arguments. Joe Paparazzi. We're gonna start with Joe. Joe Paparazzi, closing arguments. MGTOW, jump back in. I'm gonna have you. I'm gonna pull you in when I can.
Man,
Joe Paparazzi, closing arguments on all this. Your final words, man.
I just feel that we're all here to collaborate with each other, share knowledge. You know what I'm saying? I know that tempers flare. You know, I just pray that you brothers, like Marcus said, man, ain't nobody hopping on planes. You know what I'm saying? And nine times out of 10, we all cut from that same cloth, and we all can get busy if need be. But that's not why we here.
Y'all not hopping on planes, nigga. I stay on the move.
Okay, brother. I mean, that's cool. But like I said, ain't nobody really doing that, bro. So like I said,
y'all not really doing that. The nigga.
Hey, bro, Messiah. I want to give you a chance to make your last word. So
bro, you don't know.
man, Messiah. I appreciate that you follow my channel. Let that man speak. Anything you got to say, I'm gonna get to you. It ain't got to be a back and forth. Now you holding up the stream, bro.
I apologize.
I'm trying to work with you. I'm trying to work with you.
I apologize, and I'm not gonna say nothing after this. But real talk, I just wanted to be known. I didn't come with the ankle. He brought it to me, and when I jumped up, everybody wanted to chunk and talk nicely. But the nigga,
I didn't disrespect you at all, bro.
I'm not interested in how tough anybody is, bro. I'm not.
I didn't disrespect you at all, bro.
So
talking to everybody.
So I want Joe to continue because he was interrupted. Right.
Like so we all here to collaborate and just share knowledge, agree, disagree, whatever.
that's fine. We can agree to disagree. We can do it peacefully. Like, we ain't got to be trying to cut at each other's throats. Like you said, man, your name is the Black Messiah. You know what I'm saying? That's a powerful name. So the last thing we need to be doing is be at each other's throats. So, let's just continue, like, the peaceful vibe, man. Let's continue, having these discussions, having these debates, and just, we can agree to disagree and keep it pushing.
Yeah, get
So
nice.
I wish you brothers the best, man.
I appreciate you, Joe. Joe, please make your way back here on another note. Hit that like button, subscribe, hit the bell, all the YouTube shit. Joe, thanks for having you in here. I'm gonna drop you down so I can bring Adam MGTOW back in. But yo, thank you for jumping in here. I appreciate it. Like, for real.
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks a lot, man. Peace. All right, so Shane.
Well, I had a thought, but it kind of went out the window. I mean, as far as stats and everything goes, I mean, the census is recorded by people just literally bringing stuff to your house and you making the decision to fill out the information and send it back. Some people choose not to do it, but the facts is the facts. The numbers don't lie. And it doesn't make any sense why something that actually makes the Black community look good for once would be false.
Or even Black men in particular.
Yep.
Okay, so is that all you want to say, or did you want to address anything else we spoke on?
No, I think I said all I needed to say throughout the stream. I tried to be clear, as clear and concise as I could about the points I wanted to make. So, I mean, the facts is the facts. I mean, Black men have been doing their thing for a long time, despite the odds that's been against us, to the point that even a lot of our own Black men are against us.
I'm laughing because fucking sinister, man. Yo, so all right, so I appreciate your comments. I'm gonna move to the next person, right? Messiah, I want to hear from you. Okay. Now Shane will tell you, look, I try to work with Black men, right? I'm gonna bring you in. I want your final words. Do not address that man. I just want your final words on the topic. No huff and puff, no beef. We get it. You're not the one to fuck with. Okay? We get it. All right? I just want your words on the topic. All right? Do not address that man at all. Do me that favor.
I'm not going to address.
All right. So Messiah, I want your final words, bro.
My final words is just, when we talk about the stats, let's just keep it on the stats. We got to understand, in order to collect stats, you understand what stats or statistics are. In other words, in order to accurately report stats, you have to go to every member of a particular population, or at least a significant sample of that population, and you have to question them to actually get those numbers. For instance, when they say that Black men are the most involved, there is no way, it is impossible to determine if Black men are the most involved without going to a significant number of Black men within the population and ask them about their involvement in their child's life. Now, I'm telling you honestly, and I'm going to stop it with this. I'm telling you honestly, fuck the bullshit. Just keep it real. Out of everybody on this panel, how many of you brothers have had the Census Bureau show up at your door, knock on your door, talk to you, and ask you about your involvement with your kids? They are not collecting those stats, so how the hell are they reporting them? None of us on this panel, I'm willing to bet my life, none of you brothers on this panel have had the Census Bureau or anybody like the Census Bureau show up at your door and actually ask you, hey, how are you involved with your kids? How
they
often
actually
are you
did. Hold
involved
on.
with your
Let me
kids?
not.
They
Let me
don't
not.
do that. And
They
one
did.
person, one person.
Hold on. Stop for a second, Messiah. Let this man talk. And when I move to the next person, you can respond to that.
Even like with the
no,
brother.
no. Hold on.
Yes, sir.
No beef shit. He's asking a question. When I call your name, you can respond to him. All right. I'm ready to fucking go, bro. So let's end this. Yeah, let's end this clean. Right. So I want you to finish, Messiah. Finish up. Don't ask the question repeatedly.
I'm about done. All I'm saying with this said, I'm done, is honestly, nobody is showing up at black men's door on average and asking them about their involvement
with their
kids' life. So what I'm saying right there, I had to say it again just to make sure that that's where I'm standing on. I put my foot in my mouth. Nobody from no agency, nowhere, is showing up at our doors in masses and asking us to give us statistical information, the information that would be required in order to actually justify these stats about our involvement with our kids. So the stats can't be legitimate. They
do
can't.
You have
how
any
do you
other
legitimize
point to make, bro? Do you have any?
That's it. That's it.
Okay. So the next person up is I'm gonna have Meta respond to him.
All right, I'll respond. First of all, my aunt worked.
Hold on.
I'll respond directly to that point. Okay. I got it right now. My aunt worked for the Census Bureau and walked through multiple hoods in Columbus, Ohio, 28 to 30% black city. I'm talking about, I'm gonna name neighborhoods now because she was with me and she did it, and I had a kid. Livingston, Courtright, black neighborhood. Short North was a black neighborhood. Southfield, a black neighborhood I lived in. 22nd, the op neighborhood of that neighborhood I just named. She was walking through there. North Side, she was walking through there. She is not the only black female worker. Multiple households with multiple women and men with children, all these black neighborhoods. They had black workers go through the black neighborhoods. She used her cars to ask this question. She even had extra time. They gave her gas money. She was paid to do so. My mom also worked for the census in Maryland when we moved from Germany, because she's in the U.S. Army. And that was 91. So that's 91 and 2000 and in the 2000s. That's two different places, and both, one's majority black because the DMV was majority black in the early 90s. And she walked around and she drove around in her Saab to multiple black neighborhoods and asked multiple black families in the suburbs of DC and the PG, and even around Frederick in the apartment complex we lived in. And that was over 30 years ago, almost 30 years ago. So we're talking about two different states and two different people with two different census jobs. And I remember all of that.
Okay, so next person is Adam MGTOW. Talk to me.
Hey, what's up, man? So, I mean,
closing argument. So you can respond to that, or you can just make your closing statements.
Well, I guess I'll work backward in 2.5 minutes or less. Now, 60 seconds, I think I can do it. The bottom line, the bottom line is this. Now Messiah does have a point that is very rare, and this is why I understand his perspective. That it is very rare that studies or information about black men actually consult black men. I've read studies on black women's opinions of black men. I've read studies on what people have wrote about black men, but very rarely do you actually read studies where they actually consult black men themselves. However, the rarity of those studies does not preclude the fact that some do exist. And this is a particular case where they do. They followed 10,000 men, right? Now, as far as his point on statistics, they're what are called randomized controlled tests, right? So basically the point to that test is that you don't have to have a super large sample size in order to get a pretty good result. As long as it's random enough, it represents the population. And this isn't like 20 or 30 guys that they follow, right? This is a robust test. After over 5,000, you pretty much represent most of the population. The chance that you get some outliers is very nil. And they've gone to 10,000. So they got enough men, and they got enough black men for this study. And the bottom line is, once you read it, you'll be able to see, maybe you'll change your mind. So I'm not sure. Many people aren't aware of the study, they've heard the stat. But, the bottom line is that black men just are more involved fathers. And this is just things that we know. These are things that we know. I mean, black men wouldn't be sought after to be stepfathers if they weren't the most involved fathers, right? Black men wouldn't be characterized, or I mean, none of those shows that we know for the Cosbys or Red Garland. I mean, none of those shows would make sense if black men weren't already involved fathers, right? That it would suspend disbelief, right? The comedy was what they were doing, not the fact that they were fathers, right? And so it's just a common trope that people spread. Now, the fact of the matter is, one of the things we discussed tonight is that, there are no benefits exclusive to marriage that a man can't get also outside of marriage. And nobody has mentioned a singular point that's beneficial to men that is exclusive to marriage that you can't get outside of marriage or something comparable. And so I think that basically, you could talk about the tax benefits, but if you have an LLC or you got a good, accountant, then you can get some tax benefits. That's not exclusive to marriage. I get refunds all the time. All right. So the bottom line is this: you don't have to get married to enjoy benefits. Black men are involved fathers. We're not leaving children all over the place. So even though we have a lot of this, see, this is the thing, and I'm going to end on this. The thing is that we often confuse all the pejorative stats with the good ones. And it's like, if all these bad things are happening, it's impossible that these good things can be happening at the same time. It sounds crazy. I know it does. But the fact of the matter is, it's just true. Reality don't always make sense sometimes, but it is what it is. Just keeping it 100, bro. That's it.
All right. I appreciate that. I think I covered everyone. Rob, are you there?
Yep. Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, damn, we got Rob. So, Rob, you with us?
Yeah.
Okay,
I think that this is just something that shows that one of the most important things that we can do is start to collect our own statistics, and with those statistics, apply them to the things that go on in the community. In my opinion, as long as we're dependent on information that comes from people outside, we can never depend on the context being correct, or we can never depend on it being applied appropriately. If we are dependent on those statistics without us creating or collecting our own, then it's not really much that we can say until we produce our own data, in my opinion.
Okay, so what I'm going to say is, and I'm responding to the words that Messiah said, and then I'm going to wrap up my opinions on all of this stuff, because, what this conversation started out as how data is used to misrepresent shit.
Absolutely.
Okay, and typically what we see is data used to present a negative image of black men. So now what we have is data that's putting us in a positive light being challenged, when that's not something that is usually the agenda of this government, this society, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not mad that someone is questioning the data. It's just that when Messiah started talking, he, when he said what he said, and I asked the questions, I said, well, what would be the agenda? And it has, all the shit has to make sense to me, right? That the agenda, to put us in a favorable light, has to produce a result that's favorable for them, and that's not something that they typically do, right? So here we have gentlemen that just said, like Meta says, he has family members who actually went out into hoods and did these surveys or whatever worked for the census, et cetera, right? That was to answer Messiah's question. Messiah has maintained throughout this conversation that it is impossible. It's one thing to question. It's one thing to be skeptical. But he is adamant in the opposite position. He said it's impossible for black men to be the most involved fathers. And then he gave his reasons why, which for me don't make it impossible. because income does not measure involvement, right? He listed ways to be involved that cost money, and he made that his argument that, oh, in order to be involved, you need a vehicle to drive your kid all over the place. That is not in totality involvement. And that's why I asked Adam MGTOW to list the ways that fathers are involved, what qualifies as involvement. Everything that was mentioned in that list was shit that don't cost nothing but time.
And I actually wanted to bring up a point, not to be funny towards dudes, because I'm in an area where there's not very many of us, and I left the area that had many of us, and the same amount of problems are going on here is there, but there's an added fentanyl. There's an added fentanyl component. There's needles outside of my house, and ain't no black men dropping those. And I'm seeing babies in strollers with no father. There's a whole single motherhood epidemic among them, but people are like, oh, how can you be involved? First of all, we're already winning by default because we're not overdosing and we're not on dope fiend time. Do you think, oh, they're paying for their kids? No, they're not. They're paying for their habits, and they have a little bit more money left over. Do you think somebody with their needle sticking out of their arm because they're paying for whatever you're talking about, is that more of a dad? Because that's what's going on in their households. So that's not going on in our households.
So let me speak to that, and again, I'm gonna close this out because we're at 4:30 now. Okay, and Messiah, I know you threw some things out there, but I would not mind having you back so that we can discuss other things. I'm not somebody who does not like opposing opinions. Like, I like opposing opinions. I just want it to make sense. Understand this, because your position is that it's impossible, right, for black men to be doing these things.
I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm not saying it's impossible.
Let me continue. You did say that. You said it quite a few times. You said it's impossible for black men. It ain't no way.
Based on the current situation and the current state of our people, it's impossible.
That's fine.
But as far as what we are capable of establishing, what we can fix, what we can do to fix the situation, we can make it better. But right now, the way we're acting and the way we're conducting ourselves and the way things are,
what is it? What are you talking about?
Hold on, fam. I'm not going to fight for the floor with you. I'm not going to do that. What I want you to understand is that I am open to having that discussion, bro. Trust me, we will get to everything you're talking about. I want you to come back. We just don't have time for it tonight. Just hold your thoughts. You are welcome here with me, as long as we keep it about what it is. Understand this. Your position tonight is, you said, the current state. That's what we're living in right now, not the hypothetical if we somehow shoulda, woulda, coulda. You're saying today, those reports that we're citing are impossible to be is impossible. The reality of those are impossible because, right? And then you went into your reasons why. I like Meta said, he's up in Canada. I worked as a corrections officer in a small white town. I know how white people live outside of the city. See, when we watch TV, we see white people in suits and we see hood niggas. In real life,
That's
the greater part.
Hold on, one thing I was like, that's how you know somebody ain't really trapped, because you would have known how white trash live from your customers.
So listen, let's not do that. Look, we're gonna end soon. Understand that outside of the city, because you said you move around, outside of the city, and I've been in the trailer park, bro. I've seen it myself. These people are not the white men that you hear about. We often hear about this great white man who's making all this money, and he got his hair combed over and moosed up, and he got a suit and tie on. And that's what we base our opinion of the greater white population on. Right? But when it comes to our guys, we base our opinions of black men on the small group that are committing crimes that are incarcerated and that ain't making no money. We can't just throw out every stat that we come across. We can be skeptical, but we can't say every stat is bullshit because we believe whatever media tropes or images that are being put out there. Right? So we're going to table this discussion, the part that you want to discuss, for another time, but just understand, as of now, I will have to disagree with you about the impossibility, because that's a very strong word you're using. You're saying it's impossible. That is, I am not misquoting you. That is what you said. It's impossible. You said it's impossible. Ain't no fucking way. That's what you said. I'm not stretching your opinion. I'm not misquoting you. None of that.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Okay, so we're gonna table this discussion. We're 4.5 hours deep, bro. This is fucking not the Avengers, the fucking Justice League length. This is Zack Snyder length video right now, right? So that's my opinion on that. As far as my opinion on all the other things, again, misrepresenting shit with stats. We know the whys of how things happen in reference to marriage, in reference to benefits from marriage, in reference to how many men actually have children out here versus what they're saying. And we're going to leave it at that. This is Fuck Your Feelings. This is Fuck Your Feelings, critical thinking. And, we'll be back next week, and we're going to talk about some of the things you mentioned. Because if you're going to say something is impossible, you got to bring something to the discussion more so than what black women are saying and that they're the most unprotected and all that bullshit, because that's bullshit. Black women are not the most black women are not the most unprotected group in America.
I'm the one who continue this, and I'm not gonna go off. I just want to make it clear, because a lot of things are said online, and it's like, man, it's out of context. I'm the one who's trying to keep black women out of it. Y'all chose to focus on the one thing I said about black women. I'm the one that's trying to tell you, forget what black women are making. Forget what black women are saying. I'm going off of the fact my experience is black men, bro. So I just I don't want people to keep on trying to manipulate shit like these stats and try to say, oh, you said no, I ain't never brought up black women as far as let's consider what they said. That's what y'all do.
You did, and I could chop it out of what out of this discussion in your initial, and I'm gonna say this and we're gonna end it. In your initial comment, more than once, and I can timestamp it, you said, well, black women are saying this, and black women are this, and most of what you said, you cited as being reported.
Just to that one point is as far as after I said health, after I said homosexuality, after I said jail and economics, I said, if we are so involved, why are we having so much issue from the black women? So I said I made 4 points before I said on top of that. On top of my
our issue with black women ain't got shit to do with our involvement with our kids, bro.
Exactly.
But we're gonna no, but you're saying if we're so involved, then why do we have these issues? And
right,
I just said
I threw that as the icing or the cherry on the top, but I made 4 or 5 statements and just threw that on top, and you're focusing on the cherry, but I threw a whole cake icing and everything on there with the cherry on the top.
4 minutes and 36 seconds. Hey, Meta, say what you're gonna say, and then I'm cutting this off.
Look,
we at
money.
100.
They get money and attention for complaining. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. They've been getting the same money and attention for complaining since before we were born. That is just their spiel. That's their hustle. It's just like a bum that has a job for real. There's people that have signs outside that actually really get money. They just want extra money. If you knew that there is a guaranteed side hustle, would you give it up just because it wasn't cool? I know you wouldn't. Come on now. And they don't have to be cool. Can't women snitch and walk around? True. Can't women hurt their kids and not have no consequences? So why wouldn't they lie on niggas for extra money? That's what they've been doing.
I'm just saying, if we the most involved, why are we the ones complaining about that?
Bro,
you're right. I apologize. You're right.
We are done. Hey, y'all, everybody. Hey, we'll be back, bro. I want you, everybody here. We're gonna reconvene. I appreciate everybody for coming out, man. You know what I'm saying? Listen, this was interesting. This was very fucking interesting. I don't want a room full of motherfuckers that agree. I want somebody, one or two people with a different opinion, so that we could bounce around. So come back, Messiah, and we're gonna do this again. And shout out to my usual suspects.
Appreciate you letting me on the panel, bro.
Bro, I want you back, nigga.
Oh, you know I'll be here.
All right, so yo, Meta.
No more gangster talk, because I'm about to like control the panel. No more gangster talk, because I don't want to go there.
Okay, so look, Messiah, I appreciate you. Shane, you already know what it is. Mega, you already know what it is. Joe Paparazzi, I appreciate you. Sinister, you a wild fucking boy. All right. My man, brother, you love 215. Everybody in the chat, uneducated. Lame. Man, we'll be fair forever if I call all these names out. But shout out to all my super chats, man. I appreciate it. This was Fuck Your Feelings. Keep it 100. All right. Eloquently petty, articulate asshole to read the Marcus Aurelius Experience. Next Saturday, niggas. Next Saturday. I don't know what the topic gonna be, but I want everybody in here. I'll talk to you guys later. 100. Peace.